Hello and welcome. Got another game today here at the Pocket Mission Adventurers League Discord server. As you can see, players going to be trickling in already, so don't let me be too rude to them.
Hello.
Hope you guys enjoy it.
Hello.
Search us up, Pocket Mission. You can find us and join us if you like. Hello, hello. What's up, y'all?
How's everyone doing?
Doing well, ready to go. I'm excited.
Cool. If I have an echo, just let me know. I'll plug in some earbuds.
Okay.
Because I'm kind of on speakers right now.
No problem. And it looks like it's just going to be the 5 of us, so it should be a nice little tight group.
Alright. I did manage to get like a small icon on Roll20. I don't know how that works.
Okay, so you just want to use a blank sheet and you have your character sheet elsewhere?
I have it. I'll link it for it. Did it work here? I have one of those dndbeyond.com characters.
Okay. So if you typically with tier 1, I really don't stress on checking everybody's sheets. But if you do want to share it in the DM Talysis, just if you want to, feel free. But you can import. Maybe someone here could probably help you with that a little better, as that's not really something I usually do. But if you
So you can import this character into the Roll21?
Right, and so Ken, I don't know, you're here. I know you did that this time around, right?
But let's see. Let me think. I make I make my Roll20 characters manually because I'm cheap. But
No,
there is a way to import from D&D Beyond. You need to have some sort of add-in, I think, in a Roll20 environment in order to get that to work.
it's like a Chrome extension.
Not just a Chrome extension. You need to have something added to a Roll20 room. I don't know,
So I
whatever
do
those
have
things
that.
are that you can do.
Yeah, I have that toggled on, so they can do it. I just don't know how you do it on their side of things necessarily.
No, not just enabling imports. I mean, so imports, that's for native Roll20 characters. I mean, to actually convert from a D&D Beyond character to Roll20, you need some extra code. You need like a module, and there is a module that exists, but if you don't have it, then the thing that you can do for free is you can get the Beyond 20 Chrome extension. And that allows you to roll directly from D&D Beyond into Roll20. You need to have D&D Beyond open at the same time as Roll20, and I think Roll20 needs to be a tab that's to the right of your D&D Beyond tab. And then you would need to have at least like a blank character sheet in Roll20 just so you can have a token and track where you are and use that to roll initiative. But that's what a lot of people do.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, if you want to look into that and set that up, feel free. But I guess for now, you can also roll here in the chat. Like if you know what you're going to be rolling, you can do /R, 1d20, and it'll roll it out. And you can do your modifiers plus and all that stuff too, of course.
Yeah.
So your choice. But just for now too, you can take any one of those blank sheets. You can pop it open and put your icon on there, and then I'll assign it to you directly, and we'll keep going.
Yeah.
And then I'm missing. So yeah. So Ken, how do you say that? Senos.
You can just call him Sano for short.
Okay. I recognize the character.
Sanosuke. He's based on Sanosuke from Rurouni Kenshin. So Sanosuke is the Ken version.
Okay. I've read a lot of the manga, and I've watched a decent amount of the anime as well, but it's been a while.
Cool.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I've tried to get back into Yu Yu Hakusho recently, and I'm a decent way into it. Gotta love that '90s flair.
Nice. Yeah, I thought about trying to make a character based on the. I saw someone else that made a character based on. I forget the guy's name with the that has like the red hair and he uses like spirit swords. Uh,
Oh,
I saw
Kuwabara.
some. Yeah,
He's so
I thought
funny.
that was cool. If someone else hadn't have done it first, I would have done it because you can do some cool stuff with that. Whether you get like a what's it called, like a sunblade, or you can use a few different spells to kind of make an energy sword. And I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay, so let's see. Everybody's here. Everybody's there. So I need the tokens for Arutha and Justin.
Yep. I pulled in a blank sheet, but I'm not sure if that is what you're looking for.
Do you have like an artwork or something that you're using?
I did have one.
Because if you go to the edit,
Use the one I sent you, man.
Did have one.
yeah, if you just want to change the name of one of the sheets, you can edit, change the name to your character, and put the. Yeah, if you just want to change the name of one of the sheets, you can edit, change the name to your character, and put the. Yeah, if you just want to change the name of one of the sheets. We're in a loop. We're in a loop. Put the. Yeah, if you just. We're in a loop.
That was very funky.
Yo. Alright. Alright, so yeah, we got a good few hours to run, and there's only 4, so we should be able to move through it pretty well, and so no worries about. I'm kind of take this moment to get you guys set up on here and a couple things. So like if you pull up this first sheet, Pithum, and edit.
Someone is unmuted on the Roll20, I think. That's why we're looping.
Mine doesn't come through on Roll20, or it shouldn't. Unless someone needs to turn it off on their end. Let me see. Yeah.
Oh, that was me, I think, because I had your Twitch on.
Oh, cool. No peeking now. No peeking.
So are we gonna stream today?
Yep. Yeah. Of course, I'm gonna go through my whole normal spiel here in a moment. But yeah, I like to kick the stream off a little early, so it's already going and stuff. So yeah, we'll definitely get those service hours, and then just to preface too, we always use the safety tools. Nothing really has came up in the server in the past, and typically most of the games don't even really have anything, in my opinion, that's really too bad. But this one may, I guess, and so it's always worth mentioning out. But there are a couple, I'll just give the general warnings they give at the cover. Alright. Such as like abduction or mind control, confined spaces, madness, like oppression, or general horror stuff, things like that. Again, just let me know. We're pretty lax. I don't really use cards or anything like that, but you could just say something, or you could type it out, or you can message me directly. Anything comes up, we can fix it, move on. We're all here to have fun. So that's pretty much it. And yeah, we'll dive in like head first here in just a moment. Let's see if we get these two guys set up. So
I did already mention it in the chat, but I'm quite new to this.
Mhm.
So if I do stuff that's either dumb or not allowed, then, sorry in advance, but I'm still figuring everything out. It's quite a lot to get your mind around.
No worries. And after a while, it becomes pretty routine. So I'll help you here at the start. I'm open up this blank character sheet that says Pithum, and I'm just gonna edit the name to now it'll say Justin, and then I'll put little Tim in parentheses so we know it's you. And then now now that I know that one will be for you, I can assign it directly to you, which I'll do now.
Awesome.
And then this is where, if you have the artwork, you could just upload it. And so you can see that sheet assigned to you a little more directly now, Justin, Tim. And when you open it up, if you go to the bio and info and stuff and you hit edit, it'll pull up, and that's where you can put your artwork for your character. There's a website called Token Stamp. You could just search Token Stamp 2. It's pretty nifty for making all sorts of tokens. So if you want to check that out later, definitely recommend using that site. And there's a couple other little things you can kind of pick up off of the other characters. So just as you have the time, I know it'll be like a bunch at the start, but then it'll be pretty chill. You can see where, like, Caitlin there has her AC, passive perception, and difficulty class for spells and such listed down there. You can do that by hitting this setting gear at the top right on your bar and Roll20 My Settings, and just your name there, the first thing, personalization and display. You can change that to reflect just basically how they have it, with your stats. Same for you over there, Arthur, too. You can, and I was kind of going one by one, but definitely get a head start if you want to go ahead and do that as well.
Yep.
And then you should also be able to edit one of those character sheets. You can just pick any. It's in the journal on Roll20, the little newspaper-looking thing, and it says under the blanks tab, and there's a few there. Justin, I'm going to go ahead and move you over now to the tier 1 character, so you'll see yourself there.
So what's PP?
That's your passive perception.
Check. Okay, and DC is?
Difficulty class, like for your spells or abilities, depending on your particular character. Might be a monk stun, could be fireball, fire breath.
Sorry, I missed what's DC?
It's your difficulty class, like for your spells or your abilities or anything. So like if your spell casting ability, if you have one, you'll have your like your modifier that you add, which would be like the plus whatever, and then you'll have the number that's usually in double digits. So like if you're forcing someone to make a save, they'll have to meet or beat your difficulty class of your spell. So that's what that reflects.
Alright, so all I can find on the sheet, I'm sorry about this, is perception. I have +3 and I have +4 in charisma. That's all I know.
It's on the left in the sheet, Tim. Under saving throws, it says passive whiz.
Oh, yeah, yep, sorry, found it.
No worries. There's a lot, to soak in it in one look. There's a lot on the sheet, but good there. You can also, if you want to, where you in the chat box at the very bottom, it says as. You can click that, and if you find your character that we just set up for you, it'll change your artwork down at the bottom to that character's artwork, which if you haven't set it up yet, might not reflect anything yet, but here in a second when you do.
Where could you change the artwork?
So if we're on our character sheets, let's go down.
Where can I find the character sheets?
Alright, so if you're on the journal tab on the right,
Yeah.
and then if you kind of just scroll down a little ways, so you'll see where it says blanks, and there's 4 of them, just random names or whatever. You can open any one of those,
Yeah.
and then you can hit edit.
Ah.
Yeah, and so if you hit the edit, and then at the bio stuff, you can put your name, put your character token, and then for you, Justin, same thing. You can open up your character sheet that you have now. It's under T1 characters, and it'll go to bio and info. Hit edit, and then you can put that artwork that you have that token for you. We'll have a few small more adjustments after that, and then you guys will be all ready to go. So if you're using your sheet elsewhere, the only really information that you're going to need to input here is going to be your HP into like the green little circle on your token here in a moment when we get there. The only other thing that I would recommend that can make things a little easier is the way that you roll initiative. If you'll put in your dexterity, like if you go to edit the character sheet and on Roll20, and out of all the things that are there that you can edit and do, the only one that you really, the HP and your dexterity, because then when you roll your initiative, it'll just auto roll with the modifier, and it'll populate it right into our little chart we'll have for keeping track of that. So after we do those two things, we're pretty much good to go. How are y'all looking with the?
Tokens. I think. Yep.
All right, perfect. One second, if it pulls you off of something you might have been doing there, I'm gonna give you control. Okay, now it's all yours. That's fine. So is the character named Arthur as well?
My real name is Dennis. That character's called Arthur.
Okay. I must have seen it. I saw like a typo earlier or something. That's my fault. I'll get you right there. Cool. All right. Should be good.
Now I want to make a character called Jimmy the Hand.
It's like a good rogue's name or bard. Hey.
Well, Arthur Condoin is from the Riftwar books.
Close, yeah.
So if you put your HP, like if you Arthur and also Justin as well, I'm about to set yours up a little more too. But if you click on your token and you put your HP in that little green circle, it should pop up for everybody to see. And I don't really reflect the numbers, just to keep it a little more like descriptive rather than literal, but you'll at least have the bars to see for each other where you can kind of monitor each other's health in that way at least. So it just takes a few clicks for me to make that visible and stuff to everybody, the nameplate and stuff. Alright, so the only thing we're missing from you guys in token wise is the HP now. So if y'all could just put that in anyway.
Yeah, I filled it in the green one, but it disappears.
Hit enter.
Yeah.
Inner? What's inner?
Like on the enter key on your keyboard, my bad. Like it's kind of finicky, like you gotta type it in, then hit enter, or else it won't show up, or else maybe something might be wrong. Let me see. Okay, so yours is showing. Let me fix it. Something's wrong then, my bad.
Huh, now it stays.
Oh, I think it needed to be in the... There you go. Sorry, I had to fix one.
Needs to be in the character sheet, alright?
Alrighty. And yeah, the way I like to set my games up too, I always use this same table. And, you know, of course, for some characters, the way you bring them into the games and things, that doesn't really work. But for others, you come back and play another game here, and while you might have to make some adjustments for leveling and stuff, your tokens will always be here for you to just drag back in. I'm gonna kind of try to switch my times up a little more because I noticed it seems like a big focus on games is kind of on the weekends and stuff. So I'm gonna run the sequel to this one, but it is gonna be like on like for me right now time wise, this is kind of like a Monday morning, and here in like 2 weeks or so I'm gonna run the sequel to this one, which is a tier 2 game actually, but it's gonna end up being on like a Sunday evening, so that might be out of the realm of possibility for some of you guys, and if so, I do totally understand, but hey, if not, keep a lookout. It's actually going to post to the server like today too, coincidentally. I'll probably after this game I'll get around to posting that one too, so if you can make it, cool. If not, no worries. I know it can be hard to sign up for games sometimes, and that's why I've tried to alleviate it with like the Patreon stuff and all that, and it's not always the perfect system, but it helps in some ways. So that's if you get frustrated in the future, that's a way that if possible it can kind of help. So you can see a lot of the same players in a lot of the same games and stuff, and that's kind of the reason why. But as always, I got that feedback and suggestions channel in the Discord. Always open up to other ideas. But let's focus on the moment now. I believe everybody should be good to go. Anything to say before we start? Any questions or anything?
Nope.
Be gentle.
Okay, and we'll go over like how rewards and stuff work for Adventurers League at the end if you need that, or any other questions about D&D really you might have along the way. I'm definitely have no problem helping you, especially in a tier 1 game. So here we are. And speaking of going gentle, we do scale the modules by player levels, and they give you a nice little formula to do that and stuff. And so in this case, we have 4 players that average out to 2 point something. It's a little under 3, and with only 4 players, they kind of scale it from like very weak, average, strong, very strong. And so we're actually going to be at the bottom for this one. We're going to be at very weak. So it will be very scaled back. Speaking of gentle, I always feel like they should come up with some nicer terms for that. It's like, oh, sorry guys, I didn't say that, they did. But I think you guys are going to be totally strong. No problem at all, no matter what that says. And so let's jump right into it. Of course, we're going to take a fantastical journey today, and I'm so glad you guys have came with me. And each one of you has your own reasons that we're going to have to piece together here in a moment. But to start off, you find yourself just lounging, enjoying your time, these warm waters kind of lapping as you rest in the beach, and you see the city of the dancing dolphins caressing the sandy shore there, the warm and crystalline waters just kind of greeting you. Everything feels so nice and pleasant, and the summer breeze kicks up, this clear blue sky just so merry above you, until suddenly it violently transforms into a tropical thunderstorm. Dark clouds roll in, you hear the thunder crashing in the distance. And the entire scene that you were just so much enjoying there for a moment is suddenly consumed by this vortex of screams crying, "Wake! Wake up! Wake up!" And this dream suddenly ends. And let me copy and boop you guys over here to another map. As you're thinking there for a second, are we in the Feywild? Did I sign up for the right adventure? Indeed you did. But no, it is not the Feywild. You find yourselves each stripped and bare. All your equipment seems to be missing. Your memory comes back very, very hazy, but all you know is that there's clearly some danger going on. Arthur, you see this half-elfish woman kind of peeking through this break in between these cell walls, and she looks over to you, and she says, Finally, we gotta get out of here. Something's going on out there. We've been in this stasis for so long. It's better to be asleep than what they've been doing to us when we've been awake." And you can see probably the same just look of terror and kind of suffering reflected that maybe in your own eyes from the horrors that have befallen you on this ship. So you all found yourself captive But something seems to be going on as this huge crash rocks the ship. And you notice that things are in a bit of a chaos here. There doesn't seem to be any guards in the area. And this fissure has started there where she can reach over. You can all hear each other through these doors, but you can't really see each other except for Arthur and this woman. And she says, "My name is Adria Stormweaver. These damn Illithids, I'm not sure why they've taken such an interest in me, but perhaps it's just that I've always had this innate ability of psionics, but if it can help us get out of here, I'll take it. But can you hear me over there? Hey! Hey!" And she calls out to you, "I can't see any of you, but there's got to be others. Let's sound off. Tell me who you are and at least what you look like. We got to figure out a way out of here." And since we already got this started with Arthur, she can see you. So why don't you go ahead and tell her what she sees at least, and then what everybody else, maybe what you call out about yourself to everyone. And so typically with these adventures, we would have like a nice little monologue of background, and then you guys could tell me a good old adventure hook of why you're here. But that wouldn't be fun here. So we had to do things backwards. And so in this case, I'll give you a couple adventure hooks real quick. You could have been a cadet in the Spelljammer Academy who was kind of lost during a training exercise and captured by this Illithid ship. You could have also been just adrift from a previous vessel you were traveling in wild space on that was damaged. And you thought you were going to be rescued, but unfortunately the ship wasn't the one you were hoping would be picking you up. It could also be that you're part of an escort crew with trade vessels and such here in Realm Space, and the Spelljammer vessel was ambushed by this ship called the Behemoth. Lastly, these are all just suggestions, so you can take them and form them to what you want to say. Some of you may already have some backstories of your own too and stuff, so feel free to weave it in however you feel necessary. But the last one they give for a suggestion here could be that you are a refugee from a planet being attacked by the Xerixian Empire, which is Light of Xerxes adventure, if you played that. But before the death of your planet even, perhaps, this Illithid leader had showed up and offered to save as many refugees as possible. Turns out it was more of just taking a good opportunity when they had it. So I'll turn it over. Arthur, if you'd like to expand on any one of those or your own idea, or tell us a little bit about yourself. It could also be mechanically, like what your class and levels are, and perhaps what equipment you have on and things like that. So Arthur, go ahead.
I'm Arthur. I don't know what the hell is going on here. I was just hired to protect some cargo with a bunch of other paladins. I don't know what's going on here, but any information will help, because you apparently know what's been going on, but do not find often that I find myself on the back foot on these kinds of things. But yeah, that's me. Don't be convinced by my noble attire. I have no clue what's going on. Also, I'm not in the lead of this.
Oh, well, at least we know we're not alone here. And you're right, this is bad to be on the receiving end of. I don't know much, if I'm being honest. All I know is I have this, and it looks like you do too. And she looks down, and you can see that she is equipped with a tattoo. And you are as well. So is everybody else. It's a Coiling Grasp tattoo with the Temperate Minor property. Potentially something you could keep later on if you want. And I do have a little handout for you, but I'll have to give it to you later. But you have...
the reason why tattoo hate me.
So real quick though, you do have this already attuned to it and everything. This is kind of like their tag on you, but it does function as like a magic item called the Coiling Grasp tattoo. So let me... My bad, I gotta... so nice. You can look it up real quick on the side if you need to. My bad, I do have a handout, but I'll read it real quick just so you know too. When you attune to it, which you already are, because they did it to you against your will, it is a tattoo that appears on your skin. It could be anywhere, really, so you can describe it however you want. It says it has long intertwining designs, so however you want to make that work for you. But it's on your skin. As an action, you can make it extrude into inky tendrils, which reach for a creature within 15 feet. They must succeed on a DC 14 strength save or take 3d6 force damage and be grappled. As an action, they can try to escape by some checks. The grapple also ends if you want it to. No action. And if the creature is ever more than 15 feet away from you, you also lose the grapple. And the temperate minor property is just that you can survive in cold temperatures and warm temperatures because they've been keeping you guys on ice. So yeah, and we'll have a more better printout of that later for your records and stuff, so you can write it down for your sheet and stuff like that. So yeah, you guys have that, and then not to take away from what we were doing there, let's turn it over. We'll just go back to the back end. If Sano, if you wanna do the same.
Sure. And sorry, someone was speaking to waking us up telepathically. Can we see them or no?
So you can't see her, and she calls out, just to answer your question, and since she'll answer,
okay.
She'll say, it seems we've been under for quite some time, and like I said, better to be under than what they were doing to me before. All kinds of weird experiments, but something seems to have rocked the ship, and here we are. This is our chance. We can escape.
Cool. So, Sano is a Githzerai, and so who has a little bit of psionics himself, and so I was just wondering if this person could also be a Gith of some kind, but it's not important. I guess we'll figure it out later. Sano says, "Oh, man, I knew it. My old enemies, the Illithids, they captured me. It wasn't just a bad dream." And so he say that he volunteered to escort a mission into an area of space where the Illithids were prowling because he wanted to get revenge on what they did to his old mercenary unit. And I guess it didn't go well, but it is still time to get revenge. And so he is a monk with a little bit of druid who wants to punch things. And yeah, like I say, it gets awry. So this is the very appropriate adventure for his background.
So, and since I think that'd be appropriate to give you a little more background too, that in game you could certainly share a little more too if necessary. But yeah, you probably know a little more too. Tracking these guys ended up being a bit bigger, not only like organization but ship than you would have imagined too originally. But the Mind Flayer, you've kind of heard the rumor he's called Fogless, and he commands this vessel known as the Behemoth, and it's been attacking and capturing humanoids and such. Seems to have been heading back towards a Mind Flayer colony where, especially more psionically inclined folks would just be a prime candidate for seramorphosis. The others would probably just be sheep on the fields of one of these worlds where they just roam all mindless and such. It's pretty horrific with the descriptions of that stuff, honestly. But yeah, so you would even be trying to infiltrate this stuff, and it just didn't go quite the way you thought it would. But yeah. Let's keep going with Justin. How do you fit into this stuff?
So yeah, I mean, I've blacked out in the past and waken up with tattoos before, but this takes it to a whole other level, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on. I can't remember anything. I just wanted to get to the other side and see. That's all I know. And the rest, it's a blur. I don't know. I don't know who you are. I don't know who I am. I think my name is Justin, but I'm not sure. What the hell are we doing here?
All right. What's your race and class?
I'm a halfling bard.
All right. And
I play a mean bagpipe, let me tell you.
Nice. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Caitlin, if you want to round us out.
A voice comes out from the other cell and says, "Caitlin Flowers, a medic from Spelljammer Academy. Last I remember is that we were coming back from an escort mission, but then we got ambushed. I'm not sure what happened to my squad, but I guess I'm stuck here. And I look around, and I'm glad to see that my familiar is with me, and that's about it.
Okay, so I would there would be something with that. I probably should have said something about that before, but here, just at the beginning, you. I'm trying to see where it reads that off, but yeah, you would not have your familiar out just yet, just because you're kind of waking up from this like stasis. You kind of find yourself
Oh.
foggy, like looking for Petal, but and then you find yourself like wondering. How long has it even been? You're wondering what might have happened to your comrades and stuff, and you kind of try to shake the fog, wondering if it was days or weeks ago that happened. But the main problem here too, guys, is as we kind of wrap it up with the intros, is you all find yourselves without any equipment. So of course not all is lost, but for the moment you find yourselves here just pretty much stripped down as prisoners. And this woman Adria, she kind of is looking to you. She seems like she'd blend into any crowd, in the common clothes she wears, but obviously there seemed to be something about her that why she's here just the same as you guys. But other than that, you notice that this ship around you almost seems to be alive in ways where it's kind of fused together with normal building materials, but also this like organic bioluminescent tissue and such kind of all around. And you do see little tentacles and stuff kind of adorned on the walls, and it's pretty dimly lit in each of your cells, and this rancid, faintly metallic smell just won't leave you alone there. And as you're kind of contemplating your situation, you can hear what starts to clearly be gets a little bit clearer and clearer with these like thunder roars in the distance that would seem to rouse you guys from your nice little dream earlier. And with that, if we'll have our first roll of the game, if everybody would like to make me a perception check.
DM, just to confirm, Petal is with me, or no?
We'll just have to set it her side right now because you'll need your components and such.
Understood.
Right. Very good rolls to start.
So, perception. Let's see. Can I guide myself? Does that have no. Okay, can I go ahead and cast guidance as I try to perceive things?
You can cast it on yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just visual and somatic components. So,
Yep.
might as well. All right, 23.
I gotcha. It looks like everybody in 1, 2, 3, 4 is successful to determine that as you hear this roaring kind of come clearer. This is very clearly the behemoth, the ship that you're on, seems to be in battle with another spell jamming vessel. So other than that, Adria kind of, as the last kind of like when the shaking of the ship kind of subsides, in almost like a hushed whisper, Adria's like, "We've got to get out of here. This is our only chance. I don't know about you, but I don't want to find myself back on their home planet. I'm not sure how much I can do right now, but what do you guys think? How can we get out of here?" And you can see that you're basically locked in these iron cages, and you are like, it is locked, so it'll take something. You can't just push the door open, obviously.
Well, since we're stuck here, suddenly, everyone hears Caitlin's voice kind of have a change of tone, something like a zealot kind of vibe, and says, "Does everyone have time to hear about our Lord and Savior Torm?" And she just prattles on for like 10 minutes, DM. If we have enough time, basically, I'm just doing the inspiring leader kind of thing to give 7 temporary HP to everyone.
If there's a battle going on, I don't know if we've
Yeah, I
got 10
think
minutes.
in this case it may be like times more of the essence.
Okay, dokie. Understood. So I'm just prattling on with no effects. No. Torm is great. Torm is our savior.
Oh no! Don't tell me she's given hope already. Oh, we're never gonna get out of here. She starts shaking the cage. Ah, dang it! Someone do something!
Can I just try to force the cage? Just punch it full on with an arm strike, pretty much.
Okay, and as you kind of crack it, you see that it seems like while you have a mighty blow, you're going to want to like just throw your weight into this door, and you kind of determine that from your first crack. And if you want to take a stab at that real quick, you could most certainly give it a good old-fashioned athletics check.
I didn't hear you because you broke away a few times.
Oh, sorry about that. You can make an athletics check. As you kind of smack it, and you realize it'll really take like throwing your shoulder into it and like giving it a good heave. So if you want to roll an athletics check to do that.
Cool.
Oh yeah, and sure enough, it just boom. You crack open the iron bars, almost spilling yourself out on the other side. As you find yourself in this hallway where you had a pretty limited view of before, but now as you're out, you can kind of see the cages or these cells, with each of these folks that have just introduced themselves to you as well. Does anybody else want to, give an action or anything before we kind of let Arthur do something else?
I was one in his strength, so no.
Good old knuckle sense always works out.
And there may be other ways, if you know.
Can I do a quick check if there are any keys or anything around close by?
Who's that? One more time?
Arthur, could I do a perception check, see if there are any keys or any other ways to open the cages?
You don't see anything like too fixed in this location. You can see down a hallway with that staircase there to your right. Let me see. There seems to be a door there next to it, and then on the other side, I'm trying to see if this one might be just slightly shaded. Let me see if I can reveal that. There are 2 doors. There's one right next to you, right there, and another one down the following way. And then this back here is just a wall. Make sure that's all showing up how it's supposed to. And so, yeah, you don't see anything, like no hooks on the wall or anything like that.
I don't see anything looking in the picture, by the way.
What's up?
I don't. Because I think you tagged things in the picture, or not?
No, I was just kind of the only thing I did was these doors. I was just trying to reveal a little bit. That was my fault. So before we come back to Arthur real quick, does anybody else have do they want to try something to get out?
Is there anything in myself I can use as a lockpick?
Definitely there is. You kind of pat yourself down, and you can feel just maybe some small materials from your clothes even, or like a little bit of light jewelry on your person that they didn't take from you. Nothing consequential, but seems enough that you might be able to use that for like a makeshift lockpick if you want to give it a good old sleight of hand check.
Yes, I would. So that would be a D20, right?
Yep, so D20 added to your sleight of hand modifier.
My sleight of hand modifier is +5.
Nice.
And I rolled a 15.
Okay, and so yeah, as soon as you see him bust through the other side, you kind of take a look over, and you're already like putting this thing together. You jimmy it in, and you come walking on out of there. Do. So how about Sano or Caitlin? Anything from y'all?
Yeah, Sano would. All things being equal, would want to like have his fist emerge dramatically from the shattered glass. But if that doesn't work, he would pry it open the hard way. And I did roll a 19 athletics, if that works.
Okay, sure. You can. You gotta give it a couple whacks, and you even feel a little bit of that, you know, it's probably not the first time you've been punching metal, but if you know that telltale little sting there as it flies open. You always got to pay the price for the dramatics, but you come through expecting some fanfare, and yet you just kind of see these like same, possibly a little bit afraid looks in the faces of these two that you're probably sharing in the same way. And then how about Caitlin? Anything there?
Hearing the bars being broken, she just follows suit. I tried to kick the door. Hopefully, what guidance? Oh,
nice.
Never mind.
Boom. Yeah, so it just clatters, smacks up against this other door right here as you can extend out. And then as you guys kind of collect yourself, Adria's like, well, hey, don't forget about me. And you just see this half-elf woman kind of looking pretty mundane in the moment.
Oh, sorry.
Can I use my divine sense to sense if she's evil or not?
You don't sense anything like that from her, no. And then Caitlin, did you have something there?
Oh, I was just going to help open up the door as well.
Okay, so any way you have done?
I'll just pull the bars open. Don't mind giving me a hand? I look to the others.
I jump forward to help out.
Thank you. So I think, would that be athletics, yeah?
Yep, and you got the advantage for the help as he definitely braces you as you give it your all to heave. Oh, yeah,
thank you.
2 crits in a row, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get him out early, eh? And yeah, I mean, boom, you guys are like, now the adrenaline's pumping, you know? You feel this vibration starting to rock through the ship. At first, you guys were kind of like just confused, and now finally all the last little cobwebs start to shake out as she pulls herself forward, and she says, oh, wow, we did it. Look, I promise I'll pay you anything I can if we ever escape, but I feel like the bigger threat right now is whatever might be battling the behemoth. I don't know. It might be safer to stay here down in the lower decks, but we should probably find our gear first, don't you think?
Sounds like a plan.
Well, I'll help out in any way you want me to, and even if we get in a fight, I can probably lend a hand, but where do you guys think we should check first? There's a couple options, perhaps.
What are the options there? What doors are there?
She kind of points around and she's like, I'm not sure if they would have taken it all the way upstairs, but yeah, there's a door here in front of us and a door there. And she kind of points back down the other way, and and one there as well.
Okay, so there's 3 doors and a staircase. All right, well, let's...
Dread the floor would have to take the upstairs my chainmail, so I'm guessing the door right in front of me.
Good idea.
So Arthur steps forward to open the door. I don't know. I can do. Oh. Apparently, I can move.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. You are a little disappointed as you open it up and you find what's probably more of an interrogation room. You don't see any equipment around or really too much anything of value, but you can see this blood-stained, broken table over here. The remains of 1 or maybe more victims there. And who knows, probably don't want to know what they're keeping in the sacks there. But yeah, it didn't seem to be anything you're looking for quite yet. So door number 1, joosh.
Let's not go there.
Agreed.
So we had another door downstairs, right?
There's one there right by Justin, and then there's another one down the way from over here from Adrian.
Can I just open the door right next to me?
All right, you sure can. As you kind of go to open the door, you can see that it's actually ajar a little bit. And you look in and you can see that there is a bugbear there hanging out. He's got a little he's got a couple little eel friends with him too, like pets. And I'll go ahead and reveal that as you just kind of peek in, and you can see that you guys hadn't taken too long here to get active, and so he does seem to be pretty distracted at the moment, gazing out of this window. And sure enough, coming from outside of the window, you can see it's hard to make out exactly what kind of ship it is from this angle, but there does seem to be a conflict going out there, and boom, big cracking lights and matching these roars of thunder as the ship around you starts to shake. So you could do whatever you want with that.
Alright, so I asked the rest because I absolutely have no idea. I have no memory. Can we defeat that?
That depends. What's its? Is it looking hostile, Leon, or does it even know it's our presence?
At the moment, he says seem to be a little bit distracted, but you get the impression that he would not be your friend.
Oh, understood.
More of like a guard type by the look of him. You can also, as you kind of take a quick peek in, you get this sense that you want to make a decision pretty quick, one way or another. You can see that there actually is a key to the cells, probably not really needed as much now, but on the table in there as well, there's a weapons rack. Seems to be like some notes kind of scattered on the table there in the corner. You hear just like the sound as you kind of contemplate what to do, the sound of chewing bones as the bugbear kind of just sits there, and they're all trying to get what they can from that. They don't seem to really be paying too much attention right this second, but
Okay. So I very softly close the door and I kind of step back from it and leave it to you guys what we want to do, because physical combat without any weapons is not my strongest point.
And one thing too to add really quickly is on that weapon rack, definitely you can locate your items.
So we need to go in there.
At least you see an assortment of equipment, Justin, but you recognize like a piece of yours for sure in the pile.
Bagpipes, man. I recognize my bagpipes. I still step back. I'm not the best person to go in first. I would probably die to sneeze.
No, Sando's not afraid. But what? Sorry, so there's a bugbear and some fish?
Yeah, they're like two little space eels. They're kind of flying around the room at his command, and they're just like chewing on these old bones. They seem pretty hungry, but for now, kind of just looking out the window.
But the fish are friends with the bugbear?
Oh yeah.
Oh, weird.
He's like, "Whoa, what's going on out there, little buddies?" Oh man.
All right, Sano is gonna. Oh, you know what? I could. So it was. Sorry. Can we? What barrier is there between us, if any? Did we open the door already?
It was slightly ajar to begin with, so Justin got like a good peek in there, essentially enough time to like slowly kind of close it and tell you guys what he saw, and then
Cool.
That's where you're at now.
Well, I can use my psionics to grab some equipment for people. Let's first he'll try to stealthily open the door. I'll give himself guidance first. So 25 stealth to open the door, and then where's this psionics thing? Let's see. So he's got the mage hand cantrip, which isn't visible. So if with the door cracked, he's gonna try to start pilfering items from the wreck, because that's a thing he can do.
Okay, and as he's kind of coming over here with his little friends, he doesn't really seem to notice you as you can sneak in and you start to peel your equipment back there.
No, I'm not sneaking in. I'm sneakily
pulling it back to you,
cracking the door and then floating the items across the room with an invisible mage hand. Now, if they notice that, then so be it. But at least I'll get one item. Maybe I'll get an item to hand to Justin here, or whoever needs an item.
Oh, may I ask for the a small amulet? I can't seem to cast spells without those.
Sure thing.
Okay, you guys formulate a little plan there as quick as you can and kind of share like, hey, this is what my stuff looks like. But also, if you see anything else that looks cool, grab it. And so you start kind of ferrying it back to you. And you start,
So I have a spell called Unseen Servant. Can I also send that in to pick up stuff?
I'd have to see what the components might be. Because at this point, if like the mage hand is verbal and semantic, so he didn't need any material to do that or whatever. I don't know if you do for Unseen Servant or not.
It needs a bit of string and wood.
Yeah, so you'd have to have your like spell casting focus, whether that's depending on your class might be different things or whatever. But you
Sorry.
are about to get it real quick if you watch him kind of just slowly pull back the items, and it seems like all is well. Even there's a couple moments like crack, this explosion kind of happens outside, and the bugbear seems to like be shook and look around, but barely doesn't notice. It seemed like you get all of everyone's equipment back across the room, but just in time as you do, you can kind of pass out everything to everyone. Keep in mind that it takes a little time to put on like armor and such, but as far as just grabbing your stuff quickly and having like, you know, a sword in hand type stuff, you do. But he does notice. The stealth was good, but you can only ignore floating objects across the room for so long. But you do get most of your stuff there. You just have to, some of you, like if you're trying to put that chainmail on, you're probably not going to get to do that right this second. So keep in mind that your ACs might not be what you have thought they were originally just for this combat. But let's go ahead and roll some initiative. And so for you new folks, what you can do is you can click on your token, like Justin, click on your handsome bearded fellow there, and pull your character sheet open that we worked on earlier. And then if you haven't done it yet, you might have to like edit sheet directly or something like that. But if you hit the initiative button on there with your token selected, it'll auto roll it into the little box here. And if, like I said, I was saying earlier, if you fix your dexterity bonus, like, you know, you didn't have to really set up any of your skills or anything like that on Roll20, but if you do your dex bonus at least, then right now when you're rolling initiative, it'll already have that. So if you need me run through with that again, let me know. So like Arthur, you needed to click your token.
Token. All right.
Yep.
So
Yeah. But what do I click on my token?
You just click the token as long as it's selected, and then on your character sheet, hit the initiative.
Ah.
There you go. And I'll go ahead and bump it back to the 3, just so we go with the original roll. That happens sometimes. Cool. And then how are you over there, Justin?
I don't know what to do.
Okay.
So you select your token and then open your character sheet if you didn't fill it in. Or just do the dice roll, right? As long as the token is selected?
Yeah, and you know, since you would kind of want to figure that out just for ease of play, but just for here at the start too, I can always I can right click a token and hit add turn. But if you want to try and figure it out for a second, I'm setting up my initiative. So, but if you know if it comes down to it.
So I have the dice roller open and it doesn't say, and character token, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, man.
No, you. So Justin, where your fellow is there on the game board on Roll20.
Yeah.
If you'll just click on that, so it's highlighted and like the little box shows up around it, and that's all you have to do for the token. And then on your character sheet, you'd open that up, and then if you haven't done it yet, it might say like edit sheet directly or do it by character mancer or something like that. You can just do edit sheet directly, and then on your dexterity, you can just type in what your dexterity is, like 12 or 14 or whatever. And then with your token selected, there should be a little part on the character sheet that says initiative, kind of like in the middle, and boom, you click that initiative, and it'll auto-populate it into the turn order there.
Yeah, I don't have that initiative button at all. I did fill in my dexterity. I can't find it. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to go to your sheet right now. I think it should be in the top, like in the middle. Character sheet.
Okay, no.
And then Roll20 is like pretty daunting at the start, and then gets a lot easier as you go. But so you ended up like getting into the character mancer, it looks like. So I'm gonna try to get out of that. Cancel out if I can.
I filled in some things. I couldn't do everything, obviously. But
Yeah, so the character mancer is a little subroutine that Roll20 has to help you build your character. So that's the kind of dialogue sequence you are in. Once you're done with that, then it'll kind of take you to the.
okay. So it states building your character right now.
So for now, I backed out of that. You should be at just the regular character sheet. And so, what is your dexterity?
I have 16 dexterity.
So I'll type in 16 there. And now it's going to give you that +3. And so if you're seeing what I'm seeing, you could just highlight your token by clicking on it like I talked about. And then now the initiative is like right there in the middle of the character sheet next to your armor class and speed and stuff. And just click on like the word initiative.
I get none of that.
So you might need to back out of the character mancer if you're still in that. I had to like cancel out of that when I pulled your sheet up.
Let me just reload this whole thing then.
As for right now, I have it looking like it should, but I don't want to like do, you know, you need to know too, so I don't want to just like be clicking the buttons for you.
Yeah, I get it. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
I reloaded the whole thing.
So is there like a little bar on the right that says cancel or back or something?
No.
Okay, so
Am I dumb? Am I missing something here? Oh, there you go. My initiative is 6.
So we'll work on it as we go, but just to keep the action moving, we'll kind of keep going on.
Yep.
It's no big
absolutely
deal.
fine.
I think we might just need to even just make you a new sheet on here might be the easiest thing, but we'll mess with it later. It's okay.
All good.
So I rolled super poorly, but let me find my modifiers real quick.
No. I rolled 6. It happens. No worries at all.
I rolled like 2 of the same thing too. I was like, what?
I have 6 points. I mean, I'm higher than Arthur, so whatever.
Low blow, man. Low blow.
Yeah, just wait till you get on the DMing side of Roll20, and then it gets even more complicated. But
That's really lovely.
I've helped out a lot of new people. Like I think that's what our server is kind of a good thing about it, because we're not like super like we're very good for new people, and we kind of advertise it like that way. You know, I'm not like super critical on people for a lot of stuff. So it's like all about just learning and trying to have fun. That's what the game's all about. But for now, Sano, you got maybe a little bit of your equipment, but you feel like this dude's coming at you.
Oh, all right. Sano's gonna say, anyone know how to talk sense into this guy? Let's see. Don't you know a jailbreak when you see one? Or maybe he's a guard or something like that. Well, I guess Sano's just gonna go attack him, but he's happy to stop if someone can figure out how to get him to chill. So let's go. He just is gonna grab his staff two-handed and whack him. Say, "Leave us alone!" And that's gonna miss. And then, as a bonus action, he's gonna give him a mighty punch. It was mighty. Critical hit for 7 bludgeoning damage.
Oh yeah, and as you do, he cracks back against this glass behind him. It almost seems like it's threatening to give way, and yet it seems to hold. He kind of pulls himself back up.
Tella, you're kind of cutting out. We only got about 40% of that.
I don't know what's up with Discord today, but yeah, he kind of cracks back up against the glass there of the window he was gazing out of, and it looks like it almost is about to shatter, but it seems to hold.
He's muting you.
Are you sure it's not your microphone?
Maybe. Let me see.
mean, like if you have it set to have like a sensitivity, then you could try just turning that off so that it's always on, or I don't know.
Nah, I don't think so. It's probably just his computer. But it's better now.
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay. Appreciate it. But yeah, he kind of cracks up against the glass there, and it seems as if it almost is about to give way, the window he was looking out of, but it seemed to hold for now. And yep, it was a good hit.
All right. Yeah, it's just the reason I think it might be a sensitivity thing is it seems like when you start talking quieter, that's when we hear nothing. So just FYI. All right, that's all for Santa. He'll just stay there.
Alrighty, and then yeah, we are pretty low down here. As these guys start to go into motion, this first one takes a look at you, and he tries to hit you with this tail spine, and it looks like we'll have a 7. So you definitely sidestep that as the other one swims forward here through the air, and we'll have it go back around here where it sees Justin in the doorway and tries to do the same thing to him. And that'll be a 15, which looks like it just barely gets through as it stabs you with this tail spine. And sheesh. It'll do 5 piercing damage to you, and I'll need a Constitution save.
Okay. Let me roll the dice. That's a d20, right?
Yep, d20 plus your Constitution saving throw modifier, which may be different if you're proficient in that in particular.
No, my DC save is 0. So
Okay.
there we go. 11.
All right, and as you feel this spine kind of dig into you, of course it hurts first and foremost, but you could feel that this poison tries to like leach into your body from the wound, and yet you're able to easily shirk it off. I think you're stout too, which might have given you advantage on that roll, maybe. But either way, you're good as you're able to resist the pain and the poison there, and it kind of rips its spine back out of you, ready for the next blow. And real quick, so if you will mark your HP down, like pull your token up, you click on it, and then the green bubble, you can just bump it down from 8 to whatever it would be. 3 now?
Yep.
And then hit it. Yep.
And I have advantage against poison from being a little gnome.
So you already succeeded, but we'll definitely keep that in mind in the future, as it is actually now your turn to clap back if you want to.
Okay. I can use spells now, right?
Yep.
Alright, so I like to cast Hideous Laughter on the big boy.
Okay, is that a wisdom save, right?
That is a Wisdom 12, it says.
Okay, looks like he is going to fail with a 6. So he will fall prone, am I correct?
Saving throw, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration, unless he has intelligence 4 or lower.
So when some people get nervous or anxious, they'll just start laughing, and that's really what it looks like is him. He's as he falls back on his rump there, and he's kind of kicking his legs up. His little eel kind of like swims around in a circle, like, what's going on with you there? So very successful.
So now he's prone, right?
Yep.
Cool.
All right, and that was your action. Any bonus action or anything like that?
I don't know. I guess not.
Okay, I think you'll start getting more stuff later, especially as a bard. You may not have it yet though at level 1. Maybe just take a peek at your sheet here and there just to refresh on what you can do, and you can move, but it can trigger what's called an opportunity attack. So like you can see that you're within 5 feet of this little creature there. So if you move out of its reach, like right there or whatever, or right there, it can
hit me, right?
It can try to hit you. So sometimes it's better to stand your ground, but it's up to you. But I'll always ask, of course. Don't feel like you're pressured to do anything that you don't want to, of course. But do you want to move at all before you end your turn?
No, I'll leave it at this. Unless I'm in the way of other people going through the door, then I step back. But if they,
they can push past you and stuff. They just can't stop on the same space as you unless you have certain. As a halfling, maybe they can actually.
I'll stay put if I can, and if I block the door, I'll move back.
Okay, and Caitlin, you're up.
Armorless, she does look towards her allies and cast Bless. So everyone but her now has a 1d4 on their attack rolls and saving throws. And as second nature, she calls on Battle. But then she realizes her familiar's not there, so that'll be her turn, DM.
Okay, very good. So we'll keep that. Let's go and give him a little. I'll just give you a little yellow dot right quick. So remember, you guys are blessed, and then got the nice spell description there. If you need a refresh, so I can help you guys out. And this dude, what's the specific on that hideous laughter? When does that subside?
I think they get a saving throw at the end of their turns, and maybe if they're hit, they get another saving throw.
And the average turn is extra damage. Yeah, it ends on the saving throw. You're right. And it doesn't say anything about damage.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind. I must be thinking about another one.
No. I mean, in the description, it says it takes damage. It doesn't say how much damage, though. Which is weird, right?
No, I think
it just means damage in general. Anything, any amount.
Oh, yeah. So he can do a saving throw every time he takes damage.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's it.
So if it fails, it becomes prone and incapacitated at the end of its turns, and each time it takes damage, it makes another saving throw. And it has advantage on the saving throw if the save is triggered by damage.
Okie dokie. Thanks for that. And yeah, he failed. He definitely failed. And then real quick, I don't mean to sidestep you there, Arthur, but I did forget about our friend Adria. She definitely is participating.
I was lost, I think.
Right, and she should have went earlier, so I'm just going to go with her real quick right before you. It'll be real quick. She's just going to step forward, look in there, and she will see him kind of tied up. Maybe I'll keep her back here. She can see through the doorway. You're kind of, Justin, you're engaged with this foe, and she will cast just a cantrip for now. We're looking at... we'll just do Firebolt. So... Okay. Let me get her going. Oh, okay. Looks like she will actually miss, though. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Her little stat was kind of hard to see. Yeah, but yeah, she tries to hurl this little mote of fire into the room to hit that little creature and just doesn't quite hit the mark. She says, drat. What can you do, Arthur? You're up.
What can I best do? But move past the fish. Does it get an attack of opportunity, or how does that work?
So if you enter like it's within any of these squares surrounding it, like 5 feet, and then you move out of that, it could use its reaction to do an opportunity attack.
Yeah, you're dropping off, so I'm gonna assume it gets an attack of opportunity. So I'm just gonna step forward here. And then I will cast Toll of the Dead on the bugbear. How can I do it? Does it work like this? I'll yeah, since it's already damaged, if it doesn't do this wisdom saving throw, it will get 1d12 in necro damage. Yeah. So I think that's the 6 on the yeah, it's the 6. Shouldn't get the strength modifier. That shouldn't work like that. It's a spell.
Yeah, hopefully it'll. I haven't really had issues with it before, but I'll be honest, my son, he's a little Robloxer, and he'll be playing over here, and he's maniacal, so who knows what he's done to this thing when he's been over here. So sorry about that. Can y'all hear me now, though?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So let me roll that save. This is against the big guy. He has already been injured, but it looks like he will save this one. Actually, he'll manage to pass. And you will not. You won't take an opportunity attack because you didn't leave its area. You can enter the area. You just can't leave it without possibly getting one.
Okay, good. Yeah, then I made the right choice.
Okay, it's all good there. Any other thing on your turn?
I think the cantrip was an action. Yeah, and a movement. I don't have any swift actions right now. Yeah.
All right, Sano.
All right, I'm gonna whack at the prone opponent. So that'll give me advantage. He's no longer laughing, right? But he's still prone because he made the save. Is that what you said, or was that a different save?
That was the save just now. He failed the other one, so yeah, he's prone and he's laughing. He's still in the throes of that.
He's still.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I'm whacking away regardless. So, 17 for 8 damage and 22 for 7 damage. So a total of 15 damage, and that will be 2 advantaged saving throws to stop laughing.
What was the DC again?
It's like 13.
Was it 13? I think he will. He just narrowly failed that first one. And the second one, he fails again. He failed both of them.
Oh, nice. All right. Then hopefully he's starting to look black and blue after that 15 damage, and that's Sano's turn.
Yep, he's looking pretty hurt now. As she'll try to come up here again. She says, looks like we're doing well. Actually, no, she'll stay back. Gotta get this thing off you, though, Justin. And she kind of flicks her wrist out, the little modifier. This one will connect, a dirty 20. So she'll do her 1d10. Nice. Alright, so she'll do 8 fire damage to this creature. And as she does, it just erupts into flame as she looks like she's cooking some kind of sushi there. And it kind of droops down and falls down in cinders at your feet there, Arthur and Justin. As she says, I just needed to focus. Let's get those cobwebs out. Not to be undone, though. This guy will float over here, and he will try to throw that tail spine into Sano. Oh, dude, I got my first crit. So that will... Looks like it's going to be a whole 6 piercing damage to you.
Okie doke.
And I'll need you to make a con save.
Nope. That's not cool. Alright, 6 damage. Con save. 17.
Oh yeah, and so the sharp end of its tail spine there, it stings you, but you're able to kind of shirk off anything else that it might have been trying to inject inside of you. And in the meantime, you feel a rush of action from behind you as Justin, you're up.
Alright, so I shoot my crossbow at the little guy that's not laughing his ass off.
Okay.
And then I roll a d20, I suppose.
Yep. So you'll do your d20 plus your dex plus your proficiency.
Yeah, +3. Oh, 3d20. That's not good. Hold on. That's the wrong button.
That's okay.
Try
We
again.
can, we can just take the first one, which would be 14 plus 3,
Yep.
you said, so 17, which on this little
Yep.
feller, he's kind of hard to pin down as he's like pretty small floating through the air there, but just as it kind of retracts from Sano, you feel like that's the opportune moment, and so boom, you feel like thwong as your bolt is unleashed. If you want to roll that damage.
Yep. That is a 1d6.
And then you'll add
Yeah.
dex modifier to that.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, I rolled a 6. Yeah. So 9?
Okay, and yeah, you just straight skewer this thing. It hadn't even been touched yet. And if this dude went back here wasn't laughing his ass off, he'd probably have like a little tear as he watches his pet. He's helpless. He watches his pet just be like stuck fast up against the wall here. Most certainly dead in one blow. That was really awesome. Welcome to the
Look at
game,
that.
Justin. Welcome to the game.
Dang.
So I'm talking about
that's some performance by Justin.
Gagao. So you need to get that crossbow in your hands. All right. Anything else from you?
No, not that I know of. I'm good.
All right, and this dude is just there, maniacal. He's got tears coming down the side of his little furry face there. Not sure if it's from the laughing or his beloved pet, but he'll end his turn, and looks like this time he will save. Not sure how much good that'll do him, but let's see what you guys might do back there. Oh, and I don't think we were using Bless, but I don't think it was
Oh yeah.
quite needed yet. You guys had connected, looks like. So, but just a reminder that it's there. And Caitlin, you're up.
Okay, continuing support. Caitlin cast aid on Sano, Arthur, and Justin. So you guys heal up for 5 HP, and your maximum HP increases to 5 as well.
Ooh, thanks.
And that's her turn, DM. Staying there.
Okay, yeah. Amazing support there. As Arthur, you feel like you might be able to finish the job here with or at least set up the next guy.
So you're dropping off again.
You're up. Your turn.
All right, I'll step right up to the bugbear and use my warhammer to smash him. I
Okay, so
roll.
You'll take advantage, so you can roll 2d20 and take the higher result.
Is that the bless?
No, it's actually because he's prone at your feet. He's he's at your mercy.
Ah. Oh. Taking off the shield is action, right?
It's
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just use it one-handed then.
Okay,
So that lands.
most definitely.
Is that a crit though?
Is it? I think that might have your modifiers and stuff. It's what you call a dirty 20.
Oh yeah, now I see it. Cool. So that would be 1d8 plus 4. That's it. It's already calculated, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and so do you want to give any description as you put this dude out of his misery?
I just skull him. Just pull that warhammer and just squash out all the brains.
So it's even a little gory there, Sano. You feel some splashback as you just and the laughing that had finally subsided is now most certainly silenced as it's a lot quieter in the room all of a sudden. We'll exit combat. You guys can take the time to like properly equip yourself. Adria comes up and says, "Look, quick, get your armor on. We're not gonna have long though. Let's do that and let's go." And then
can I take the time to do a lay on hands on Justin?
Yes.
So
Justin.
I'll put my hand on Justin and cause may all the corruption go off, disappear on you. And then I have to roll. I think, no, it's 5 HP. So he gets 5 HP back.
Okay, so he was at 8 out of 13 after that aid. So Justin, if you want to bump that 8 up back up to 13, I made the max adjustment for you. But if you want to click your token and move that 8 up to 13, you are. I know we should be at 13 now. There you go. So you're.
I have temporary hit points now.
No, the aid spell it boosts your max up to +5. So technically, right now your max HP went up to 13, and then he just healed you up the rest. So now you're 13 out of 13.
Man, that's pretty sweet. Thanks.
That was all Caitlin. How long does that last though? Oh, there it is. My bad.
For
8 hours.
8 hours.
That's what's up.
Got carried away there.
Oh, that's strong.
Just in case, I'll cast another one aid for me and for Adrius, just in case. So, I'll take 6 seconds, just praying to Torm, and slash off that second level spell.
So as you guys do that and heal and such, Adria kind of goes around the room quickly, and she's like, there's a door over here if we want to go that way, or, of course there was another door the other way as well. And she kind of starts to like look around, and she starts to pat down the headless
You're
corpse
falling
there.
away again.
No! God. Yeah, my bad. This is the first time I've had this. See if I can move it closer, but it's already like in my face. But anywho, Adria comes in, and as you guys are healing, she's kind of starting to pat down the corpse there, the headless one now, and she pulls up a pistol and a little pack of bullets, and she's like, wow, this is interesting. I can't say I've ever handled one of these before. She kind of holds it up with like a couple fingers, like in an awkward way. She's like, maybe one of you would be able to use this a little better, but it looked like there'd be a few shots there as well. And so essentially the way that Adventure League works is with mundane items, like this pistol, it's a weapon that one of you can take. And so usually like a magic item that you guys find, if you all survive to the end of the module and stuff, you all get a copy of that magic item. Like if it's a +1 longsword, everyone gets the +1 longsword at the end. Even though in the game you only find one, at the end everyone gets it. In the case of mundane items, though, like if you find a set of armor that's not magical or so on, it doesn't work that way, where it's only one person can have it at the end of the game. So she holds up this pistol, which is like a pretty good dexterity weapon. You have to be proficient in firearms to get the proficiency bonus, but there's feats and things like that you can pick up if you don't have it. But she like holds it up and she's like, I'm not sure I'll know what to do with this, but any of you can have it if you want. On the flip side of things, the bullets, they work as consumables. And so if you use the bullets in the module, they're gone. But if you don't, everyone gets a copy of them. And potions and scrolls works the same way if you find any later on. But for now, you got 5 bullets. If you use any of them, then you only have 4 bullets at the end. And everyone gets a copy of the bullets, which is you can start to stockpile bullets or whatever. But if you... only one person gets the gun, so you got to kind of play these modules if you want to like get the gun for yourself. So I don't know if you guys want to figure that out right this second, who gets the gun, or whatever. It's up to you guys. But the bullets, like I said, if you don't use them, everyone gets 5 bullets at the end, and maybe you'll get a gun later on in a different game. So who wants the gun?
I'm not really a good shot back in the academy. You guys can have it.
Out of character question, does a gun shoot harder than a crossbow?
A little bit, yeah.
Is
You
it-
have pistols and muskets, and they kind of work like super powered, like light crossbows and another one where I think it does like instead of a D6, it's a D8, and then the other one does like a D10 instead of a D8 or something like that.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, I looked it up. The crossbow is D8 according to the...
Yeah. So a pistol is a D10.
There
so
you go. That's what it was.
Slightly more damage. It's a major pain because Like a crossbow, you have to get a special feat if you want to shoot it more than once. The gunner feat. And unlike a crossbow, the ammo takes up your what's it called?
Consumable?
Consumable slots. So it's kind of like not only is it a tax against how many potions and scrolls you can bring, but also you can't even acquire those consumables on your own. You have to hope that they drop in a Spelljammer adventure. So it's kind of, I mean, I have a character who's been trying to collect smoke powder, and is playing lots of these DCs like we're playing now, and has had terrible luck. So he still only has like 12 ammo, and has to mostly use other kinds of ammo just to preserve that ammo. So it's a little annoying, but you know, it's a thing you can do if you're passionate about it, and it's really like central to the character.
I think it's like for cool points for sure, and I feel you on that. I'm starting to write my own, and every one that I have planned, I'm including the bullets and stuff because I feel like that should be a given. In any module you play, they should be giving you the bullets because it's like, where else can you get them? But
yeah, agreed.
But yeah, so like he said, it's definitely like a cool item. It's not going to be something that you're going to bust out in every game. It's not going to be your main weapon necessarily either, probably. But it's something cool you could have, and every once in a while you could be that one guy who pulls this freaking gun out in a D&D game and goes "Gagow" on some fool. So it's up to you, whoever wants it.
If nobody wants it, I'll take it. But, you know, I have a crossbow already, so...
What about you, Arthur? You think it might be something cool to have? Because we can do a roll-off. There's no problem with that. That's typically how these would go. Everyone just, whoever wants it, if you want it, roll a d20, and whoever rolls highest will get it. And if you guys don't want to just decide or whatever. I'm going to give it 3 more seconds. 2.
I mean, you know,
1.
take it. If
See if you can get a 19 or 20. Why not?
if Arthur wants it, then yeah, please do take it. Yeah.
And Justin, you said you might. Okay, so far, all right. So that'll settle it. No hard feelings either way. You just roll off, and it's not a critical item or anything. So, Arthur, yeah, you can take the pistol. You can take the bullets if you really feel crazy and you want to use them in this adventure. Feel free, but you'll go down and count. You start with 5, 4, 3, whatever you know. So covered all that. No further questions, so we can keep moving. She says, yeah, we should probably keep exploring down here in the lower decks and try to get the heck out of here. I'm up to any suggestion of which way to go, though.
What was that tremor before? Are we able to see any information looking out in this window? The bugbear seemed to have seen something there.
As you kind of take a peek through the window, you can see I guess you could call it an enemy ship, or if you will, but an opposing ship to the one you're on. It's hard to make out the specifics from where the angle you're at now, looking through the little porthole of a window. But you can like see just the underside, like the bow of it. You kind of can't see like the deck or anything of it, or like to make out any people or really identifying marks of it, other than it's another spelljamming ship that seems to be in battle. You're not sure. I mean, you could just hear this every once in a while, boom, you know, these large explosions, and that's when the ship will kind of rock a little bit and such.
Cool. All right, this is a perfect opportunity. Let's join the fight. Maybe we can liberate some more prisoners. Fight on our side.
Good idea.
We could take a few minutes for those of you that need to put on armor, probably.
We're already at that time, right?
Yep. Yeah. So you guys had the proper time to get outfitted with your stuff, and what does it
let's
cost?
see what's going on upstairs, guys.
There is this other door.
Yeah, there were a couple more doors down here, but Sana would want to check them in case there's more prisoners.
Yep.
Hey, did we find the person who was psychically talking to us yet?
Oh yeah, Adria. She's been with you right here.
Oh, where is she? Oh, that's her. Okay.
Yeah, she's throwing some firebolts earlier in that fight.
And so she's not a Geth then? She's like a human?
You can kind of tell by like the kind of sharper points on her ears and the slight, just small features that identifies her as like a half elf.
Ah, all right. Well,
Maybe even like a drow in origin, perhaps, but so like her skin is a little darker, a little more ashy, but she seems more human than elf, but you can kind of see it in her.
cool. All right. Good to work with you all. Let's stick it to those illithids.
All right. I just hope we make it out of here alive, but you say you want to come see what's going on over here. Well, oh dear me, don't let me go first.
Yeah, Sano's gonna kick down the door.
Doom! Okay, and so you come into a little kind of Passover room. There's a door on the opposite side of you, and you see kind of just this like goopy piles of oh my gosh, is that brains even? It's hard to tell. Some gray matter piled up in the corner, but other than that, it seems like just a crossover to another room on the other side, perhaps.
You said there's another door, or
My bad if it's cutting out. I don't know what to do about that, but yeah, you can see like some gray matter there, almost like brains or something. And then there is another door on the opposite side.
not here to worry about brains. Let's go check this door. Wait, Sano will mention the brains if anyone cares.
Okie dokie.
I'll use my investigate. Go, I think that's alright. Where's it? Insight. I want to look into what the brains do.
Go on. Passive, or do you want to roll in insight?
Oh, sorry, yeah, my question was which one would I need? Would I need insight or
You could do-
investigation?
You can do insight or nature.
Alright, I'll do an insight check then. Core. There.
With the slight chill you feel in this room, you almost get the sense this is like a refrigeration unit. That seems to be like their food there. These illithids eat brains.
Okay.
I think we just found their snacks.
I can't imagine ourselves ending up like that. Or I don't want to.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Yeah, I
agree
think
more.
we should definitely bring an end to whoever caused this.
Well, I would love to see the end of these mind flayers, and yet perhaps we should focus on getting a lot more help elsewhere. Well, looks like we'll do well to make it out of here, but shall we press forward?
No, I thought just go straight to the stairs.
There's a door there. Whereas Sanosuke is.
Oh, there's a door.
Sano was
Yeah. There's the door there.
The doors on here are kind of hard to see. They're like the little gray bars, but yeah, I'll try to do
I haven't seen it.
my best.
You want me to open it stealthily?
I think he was trying to open it unstealthily, where he kicked it.
Yeah, Sano's just bashing through unless someone asks him to stop doing that.
Can kick it open intimidatingly.
Go for dramatic effect, man. Do it.
All right. What we got?
Oh, geez. Hello. Think we found his ass.
So you come into this back end of the ship. It looks like a storage and jettison type area. You guys can kind of make your way in there and explore a little bit as you see fit. However, it is completely dark in here.
I have dark vision.
Okay, so those of you that can see are all good. And you can kind of see the nautiloid exoskeleton of this ship with the protruding tendrils there. This room is made out of wood, but of course everything seems to be like infused organically with this this kind of like tentacle ship. You see some like barrels with water and such around you. There's an anchor for securing this spell jamming vessel. There's some crates with like various like small mundane items, but nothing of too much merit. But as you guys kind of make your way through and you get a little closer to the back end here, all of a sudden a cannonball of sorts hits the hole there, like right in front of you, Arthur, and boom! The damage breaks a part of the ship's structure. It kind of smashes this part in right here, blocking you from going up. And as it does, I'll need a deck save real quick from Sano and Arthur. And Justin, and actually, yeah, just a deck save from everybody is fine, as you guys are all kind of like close to the walls.
Ooh. Oh yeah, Bless is already down. Sorry.
Oh, and everybody does have inspiration. My bad. I did forget to mention that earlier. I should have. So the way inspiration works is if you want to give yourself advantage on a roll, you can, or if you roll and you don't like if you're gonna roll with advantage, then you just have to take you'd have to say it before. But if you roll like how Sano did and you got a 9 and you're like, oh, I don't think that's going to make it, but I haven't said yes or no yet, then you could re-roll again. But if you're rolling your save with advantage, then you'd have to tell me beforehand, like, hey, I'm going to roll with advantage on this one. So I guess we won't do any inspiration for this roll since I just said that, I guess. So because that would be only Sano who would be allowed to, really. So that's probably not too fair. But keep that in mind. You can toggle on your sheet, I believe, whether you're rolling with advantage or not. So if you want to not do that, just in case you may want to re-roll a bad roll after, it's up to you. Some DMs do it differently. I like to leave it pretty open. You can do it advantage beforehand, or you can re-roll a d20 for inspiration. So anyways, moving forward real quick, it looks like only Arthur, you kind of grab this pillar here next to you that goes to the ship and brace yourself, as it feels like a tornado is like ripping through here. All this debris and stuff is just like shooting all around you. You can feel it like pelting the back of you. You kind of keep your head down and you're able to resist any kind of damage from it. But the rest of you, you take it full force. It just like bits of the whole wood and scraps and some of the barrels and stuff around you slams into you, and everyone will take 1 bludgeoning damage. So not too consequential, but enough to remind you of the danger present. And more importantly, you can finally get a good view of this opposing ship. As you look through the breach in the wall now, you see this huge steel cannon shaped like the maw of a roaring dragon. And on the ship's deck, there are several of these hippo humanoid-like folk called GIF, and they're shouting orders very militaristically to each other as they are engaging in this fight against Mind Flayer thralls mounted on flying 4-winged sharks.
What?
Oh yeah.
Do I know these GIF?
You don't really recognize them as anyone in particular. You could see painted on the side of the ship is the title. It's called the Quijano, Quijano. So that's like the title of the GIF ship. It just seems like a GIF warship that's engaged in battle with these Mind Flayers.
No, I meant more in the sense of the race. What kind are they usually? Evil inclined or good inclined? What kind of?
I'd probably have to. From my understanding, they seem to be pretty neutral. They're very militaristic, kind of like bounty hunter, mercenary types. So from my understanding, you might find them on different sides of waging wars, just depending on who is the highest bidder in ways.
All right.
DM, do I see any insignia similar to Spelljammer Academy?
No, you don't recognize anything like that. No.
Unfortunate.
So I have the anchor right in front of me, right?
Yep, you do.
And I assume that if I throw that over the side, it would become an easy target, the boat?
As you look over the side and you are hanging in wild space, all around you is just kind of like this swirling array of colors, kind of a little more rainbow-oriented version of what we know as space. And yeah, I mean, if you drop the anchor over the side, it's just gonna go down. There are gravity planes in effect for the ships, so I mean, it might just hang in midair in some places depending on how the ships are interacting with each other and such. But I'm not sure exactly what you were trying to accomplish.
I would have assumed that the anchor would work in space as well, considering that's why it would be on the ship. But
so yeah, in a normal situation it would help, but things are like you have two conflicting gravity planes of ships, which is just a mess. So I'll just leave it at that. There's some cool little charts you can look at and stuff if you get more interested in it. But yeah, they'll like shift. They make you feel nauseous and all kinds of stuff. You'd be doing backflips to get from one level of your ship to another and stuff. It's weird.
Just for the sake of it, because it's pretty much the first thing that comes into mind is like, we got some bounty hunters trying to get rid of these brain eaters, which is pretty much one of the best things to get rid of corruption. So he grabs the anchor and throws it off the side.
Okay, it slowly starts to descend down and kind of like hangs there. And while, you know, maybe it'll kind of slow the motion of the ship down as they're rocketing back and forth to each other.
Well, that's anticlimactic.
There's more climactic things to happen. It's okay.
That's
But
a
yeah,
cool idea.
you guys gained a little more insight there.
Well, since the stairs are not an option anymore, I guess we have to find another way out.
All right. Let's see. I think is there another door we haven't explored? Oh, over in the. No, looks like there's one in the bugbear's room. Should we go over there?
Sounds like a plan.
We got everything of interest here, right?
Adria comes in and assesses. Oh my goodness! I don't recognize those gifts really, but they might be our only hope. We got to take advantage of this situation at least. It looks like you picked this room over though. I'm down to go check out that other door with you. She'll start to make her way.
There was a door there?
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, the doors on here. They should have made that a little more.
Okay. Yep. Okay, gotcha.
It's a little gray sliver, you know. All right, and so you push your way in, see a little bit more of this like brain or like brain fungus type stuff kind of growing off in the side of the corner at the end of the hall. There is a stairway going up next to you. There's a door there where Arthur just moved. Of course, there's a door right here next to this little brain matter stuff.
There's some stairs there as well, isn't there?
And the hallway seems to turn there to who knows what.
Can I take a peek around the corner with stealth on?
Sure, you can roll me a stealth roll.
I will. I figured out the whole character sheet as well. So,
Nice.
look at this. Oh, stealth.
Hey, you guys are doing great for the new guys and stuff. Hope y'all are enjoying it so far, but I think you guys are doing a fantastic job.
Cheers.
And
I go here.
beautiful stealth from Justin there as you sneak forward and you peek around the corner. Let me reveal. You can see this kind of like loose tendril just waving there off the wall. A couple more doors, one down here a little bit, and one right next to you at the corner there.
Yep. So many tentacles here, guys. It's like Japan.
Don't get too excited.
Gosh.
Not that kind of roleplay, man.
Never got. Sorry.
That's
Alright,
awesome.
so I slowly creep forward here.
Adria just starts crying. She's I've done terrible things. There's no time for joking. I'll never forget the scars they've left on me. All right, anyway. But anyways.
Arthur says out loud, guys, we probably should take the stairs first because I think we just lost our other entrance and we don't have any idea what they're going to shoot next.
Good call.
Alright.
So you guys want to take the stairs first?
That's I'm taking the lead there. Yep.
Okay. Never a bad time to take charge. You confidently start to stride up the stairs. Nothing's really happened, so we can kind of keep you in stealth. Those for Justin, if you wanted to, you could still be stealthing if you want. But
Yeah,
if
do you want me to push someone again?
So Arthur jumped up there. Good eye, Arthur, seeing that. If you guys will follow him up a little bit north on the map, you'll see I've unshaded a small little area next to the stairs. Let me widen that out so there's a little more room for y'all as
Yeah.
you're going to come out into this room here. And let me see if I can just reveal all that. That looks good enough. All right, so you tromp up the stairs into this next area, a floor above you, essentially, in this ship. You get a sense that the ship is pretty huge, especially by even like spell jamming standards. You might have, Caitlin, you might have seen like some schematics of things like this and stuff, and so you'd start to recognize perhaps, the dynamics of this Illithid ship, but it's big and it's not good.
Oh my.
So Adrian.
So technical question, if I may. How do you We're walking through rooms, and do we need to actively search for useful stuff, or does that happen with the passive thing?
So the way I like to do it for Adventurers League, especially if there's anything like a magic item for the adventure that you would come across, I'll pretty much almost always like feed that to you in a way, because I wouldn't want you to miss out on like a critical reward. But as far as like story points and clues and investigating and stuff, you should always ask, like, if you got anything in mind, like, hey, what's up with this? I want to check this out. Is there anything like this? Can I invest? It's better if you give a little more specific, like, instead of just being like, can I investigate the room? You could say like, oh, can I investigate like this over here? And I might like lead you around and stuff too.
What Arthur did with the puddle of brains, right?
Right, exactly, yeah.
Oh, okay. So if, for instance, in this new room, I see a chest there on the left button. If I want to investigate that, I push the investigate button.
Yep. So you can go ahead and roll ahead of time if you want, just to save time. But you can always just ask me to. And sometimes I may not have you roll, like if it's pretty obvious, like if there's a piece of paper on a table or something, then you would just probably look at that and you don't have to roll for that necessarily. But if it's like something hidden in like some drawers or whatever, then you would have to roll.
Check. Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, I actually did, you just reminded me, honestly, because you guys didn't say anything earlier, so I had Adria kind of like pick the room over with the bugbear in it, but there was actually a handout in there. Sometimes stuff like this where it's just like adds more flavor to the game, I'll be like, hey, there's this too, don't check this out. And so I'm gonna bring that up. It's in the little newspaper, like the journal category, but I can also pop it up. You would have found this earlier, sorry about that, but this would have been in the bugbear's room. It's kind of like a little journal diary of sorts. You could take time to read it all over, but finding someone sneaking around, finally got the magic cell working. Can't remember the command word though. Might need to ask Cleanome. Cleanome's been looking, but haven't heard much. Grungrak's already mad that we're behind schedule. Fogless seems overzealous about this half-elf lady. I better step up on guard duties. That might earn me some points with the boss. So just a little more insight into the game there. And as you guys come into this room, you see like a kind of guard post similar to where you had found the bugbear earlier, but this one's like a little more official, like this where they would meet and gather and take orders and things like that, rather than just kind of being posted up. It's wooden walls in here, about 20 by 40 room. You can see that still it's inlaid with that same weird nautiloid like purple shell material and stuff. There's a couple weapon racks, nothing like, I could probably roll out a random mundane weapon if someone wants like an axe or whatever, but there's also some stairs that look to go up towards like a battle prow type area on the floor above you. It's kind of like if you start to understand the anatomy of the ship, some parts it kind of like would go outside and things in areas, but you could kind of investigate up that way. You see, the reason you would recognize that too is there's starlight. You kind of see this like glimmering rainbow light kind of like slowly, or not slowly, but like lightly glowing down from that stairwell. Other than that, you hear the sounds of battle and roaring thunder much more audible now that you're there. You also hear these just strange like guttural grunts coming from the behemoth around you, as if the ship is alive as it's in the throes of this battle. So you guys can You don't really find anything interesting in here. I'll save you the time on that one. But you do see a door over here to the left. You see a door up to the north. A door right there behind Adria. She'll get out of the way if you do want to go in there. There's another door over here to the right by Caitlin. So it's your pick.
Hmm. DM, just to confirm, these weapons lying around, could we take a few?
So
Caitlin's-
yeah, I'm willing to give what this is the artwork that was provided with the document. They don't really say what was on the rack, so if we want to just go with what's here, I could say there's the 2 daggers, couple hatchets. That's probably all that would be, but I don't know. Look like this.
Okay.
They got some muskets up there, but you guys can't have those.
Caitlin will take a few hatchets, maybe 2 or 3.
Okay, so we'll say there's 2 of those. There's 2 daggers, 2 short swords. If anybody wants to take any of that.
Noted.
Okay, and those are mundane, so like only one person gets them, but like any of you can have it. If you don't have a short sword for your character and you want one, boom, there, now you got one. So Caitlin got dibs on the hatchets. You got a couple daggers, couple short swords. Feel free. That's probably not something I'll include in the session log later, but if you just want to take it and mark it on your sheet, go crazy.
Okay. I'll try opening this door here. Sneakily, DM.
Okay, do you want to roll stealth?
Sure.
Drop into stealth.
Let's see here. I'll try to guidance myself as well, just in case. So I rolled a 9. Oh, a 10, sorry. Oh wait, no. Yes, a 9 because disadvantage.
Okay, so as you kind of motion for the group to kind of hush a little and you kind of drop into that stealth mode, just that pounding of your heartbeat, it just fills your ears, the blood rushing. You hoping for the best as you kind of slowly push the door open and you see a pretty sizable room here. Boom. Let me see here. So you find this cargo hold. Pretty sizable room, as I said, filled with grain sacks, crates, barrels, and more of these like cages around the room that are probably getting ready to hold some more prisoners. You see a large box kind of holding something with chains there. Seems as if like the structural damage that's been going on around you on the ship hasn't really touched this room. Maybe there's kind of something protecting it in a way, but everything seems pretty normal. And you guys can make an Arcana check on that if you want, just out of curiosity.
This seems like an important room.
We're doing that.
Casting guidance as well. Not really good.
So, yeah, you guys get the impression that something is going on here, but you're not sure exactly how that magic would work or anything like that. But you can take a look around the room, as it were. A couple things of note there that you'd see. The only thing you could see, it seems like from your Arcana rolls, whatever kind of magic is kind of protecting this room does seem to kind of be coming from this totem. So just to identify that's what that seems to be, is like a strange little totem that's like, so you can't really identify the magic, but something's going on there with that. It doesn't seem to be like dangerous or anything, but that's kind of what's protecting this room. In addition to that, go ahead.
Can I do? I might not understand the magic, but could I sense what it is used for? So what function the room has with an insight check?
The function does seem to be somewhat to reinforce this room, and that's all you could really tell from what you had rolled before with the Arcana. It's pretty. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was planning to cast a spell, usually done by wizards. I'll use a first level spell slot to cast Detect Magic, just to understand the purpose of this thing.
So it seems that it's behaving like a wall of force. This totem is like rippling with this magic that reinforces the walls of this area around you, kind of keeping the ship a little more intact, most especially this room in particular. Yeah, a wall of force. That's like the magic. Yeah, so you can particularly identify that when you cast your spell.
I see. It seems to be emanating abjuration magic. Perhaps it's just focusing on this round.
Means the valuable cargo is here. Do we want to check the cargo box?
It seems quite secured, but you could try to break the chains if that's the way you want to go at it. There are other things as well, I suppose.
Well, I have my thieves' tools with me. Can I unlock it?
You can make an attempt, of course. Let me see. Looks like so it looks like as you try to get your tools out and unlock it, like if it were a lock, you realize that these chains are like bolted down and they're securing the crate. And as you kind of investigating them, you can notice that like they start to rattle and kind of shift slightly as the ship moves and stuff. Like it's holding it in place here, not necessarily by a lock. So your thieves tools aren't really gonna do as much with that.
Oh, boys, that's a shame. Guess it's time for your talents. Maybe we should smash it.
Fist of knowledge! Can I use brute force?
You can definitely use brute force if you want to do an athletics check.
We would like. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Nice.
So with the 16, you pull and pull on it, and these are like secure, like steel chains. And even with the 16, you're not able to break the chains securing the gate.
Seems even brute force knowledge doesn't work.
There's always another form of brute force where you could just literally attack it, but you'll learn that in these games that usually comes with a consequence. Like if you can unlock a chest and get what's inside of it, or you could smash it open and get what's left, basically. So it's kind of up to you how you want to. I would only tell you that just so you guys know, but it's up to you what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
You get this kind of strong smell of pungent bleach kind of coming up at you as you get a little closer, trying to work on it with those chains and stuff.
Pungent bleach. Seeing that takes a bit more force, I could provide help action, DM, on the next athletics to attempt opening this.
Okay. Who else? Anybody else want to take a stab at it?
So just breaking things with athletics?
Yeah, just trying to break the chains open safely with athletics, yeah. And you got the help action if you want it.
All right. I'm going to also cast guidance on myself and see if fortune
Imagine you do like
favors.
this monk stance, slowly lowering your hands. Finding that
yes.
center.
Concentrates and makes his fist vibrate. Oh, 18.
And still, you're close, but not quite.
That's a shame. Well, I can't even do 2 push-ups, so don't look at me.
It's really secured out there.
Well, would anyone else like a guidance? I could focus for you.
Okie dokie. I'll try my best. I roll up my sleeve and let's see, with guidance.
Oh, good try.
Okay, so
So, do we want to try ultimate violence? And I pull out my warhammer.
Yeah, let's just break it.
okay, you
So
can,
that's
inanimate objects a lot of times will have stats and ways too, so you can certainly just try to smash the chains open.
I don't really need do I need to do a hit roll? I actually did that.
You
but-
do, and AC 10 actually hit it on the nose. So you do hit it, and you could roll your damage. Now, boom! You feel the force, and it kind of ripples out on the ground around you. Your friends feel that as well. And yet, you didn't do quite enough damage to break it yet, but of course you can take another swing at it.
And swing it again.
And this time you nearly stub Justin's toe as you miss the chain.
Let me just step back.
Horse knowledge doesn't always mean you know where to hit.
A little bead of sweat goes down. Adrian's
So,
like, "You guys got this, right?"
Yeah, we'll do another swing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Hit it, bro.
And boom, the chain snaps back. It kind of cracks. You see the box kind of crumbles a little bit too. Kind of probably did some damage to what's inside there a little bit. But you can see that you're also going to need to pry the crate open. It'll take another athletics check, but it seems like this one would be significantly easier as you're not breaking metal chains.
Can I do the athletics check, considering I already did one?
Yeah, if you want to take, as long as nobody else minds you, doing that.
We'll get guidance.
Alright. I don't know how guidance works. Does that mean that it's the advantage, or?
Go ahead.
You can roll a 1d4 to your roll.
Oh! So how do I roll the... Oh wait, I need to... Like this? So
Yep.
then it's... 11.
All right,
Right.
so you, as you're kind of figuring it out, you heave on it, and the splinters from the snapped chains kind of digging into your hands a little. Just go ahead and roll one more time, because that one wasn't quite enough. You guys are using your time, which will matter in some ways, of course, but you just got to keep that in mind.
Well, seems we'll be here forever if we keep it going. Yeah.
This is a good point. So while they're doing that, I'm sneaking up the stairs. Can I do that?
Sure. So a lot of times people will, this is just me spitballing, but I think it's fun. Do whatever you want to do, And, there's always like a chance of bad things happening when you split the party, though. But so this is a game, so sometimes you gotta take risks to have fun. So you want to trump up the stairs real quick as you can keep rolling that athletics check until you get it over there if you want. It's DC 13, so if every time you roll, it takes up 6 seconds of time in game, basically. So if you guys have spent like 30 to to a whole minute or so just like whacking away on this box.
Sorry. I wanted to help.
So on the flip side, it looks like you'll actually, Justin, my bad, this map looks kind of weird, but you'll go up here. I guess you'd probably go in from like right here maybe, and then you go up and around. Let me reveal. Sorry, that would probably be more helpful.
I'm sure nobody noticed me with 11 in stealth.
There it goes. It's a weird.
Oh, those are big stairs.
Okay, one second. Okay, so here's what happens.
You dropped off again, so if you're talking, we aren't hearing you.
No, I had to do a little pre-check and setup. So I won't bother dragging your token over quite yet. So we're at the bottom of the right on the map. If you guys can follow that.
Oh no.
And so as you go up to this area, you see that there's this huge ogre, as well as this mind flayer just like levitating a few feet off of the prow. And right as you kind of like stealth up the stairs, you see just these arcs of electricity kind of trace their ways back as you realize he just got done casting a very powerful spell. And you can see the damage on the Kihano inflicted over there, where he just shot like a bolt of lightning just struck it. And he kind of like gently lowers himself slightly to the deck there and turns back towards you.
Oh no.
1 second. As you turn back, you see. Or as you go there, he turns back to
Justin Bieber.
my bad. He says, you hear it in your mind, this very like monotone voice, as this like the tentacles of this creature just start to like wave and ripple in front of you, and this voice kind of like sickeningly teases in your mind, "Have the little mice woken from their sweet dreams? It does not matter. I will deal with you in due time." With a wave of its fist, it casts a wall of force and cuts you off from the area. You cannot proceed any more further, and as it does, it turns its back to you, considering you not as significant in the moment, and begins to shoot out this like almost General Palpatine, chain lightning. Yeah, otherwise you see open wild space around you with these spectral clouds, different colors, purple crystal shards from a shattered sphere. This actually takes place in Doom space. That's in Light of Xerxes. If you get there, you'll recognize some of these giant purple crystal shards kind of just floating all around you and stuff. This is the distant star systems reflect light on their surface.
Cool.
And yeah, there's not much you can do now except for turn back.
Well, I guess I'll turn back. But I do give him the middle finger before I go.
Nice.
Come on, Arthur, you got this. And we give help action one last time.
There you go. So we just need to have a dramatic segue there. Okay, so a couple things here as you smash the crate open and then pry it open. You see that it's essentially like a giant fish tank inside of it. And your attacks from earlier on the chains have caused cracks to form in the tank, and water starts to spill out of it. Seems like probably not good for whatever is inside of the tank. And speaking of, everyone make me either an investigation or arcana check. So this will be a cumulative roll, essentially. Some of you will know some of these details I'm about to share. Some of you will know more, or whatever. Just depending on how well you roll. So I'll start from the bottom. Looks like right now, almost.
Is it investigation or arcana, or just arcana?
Yeah, investigation or arcana.
Okay. Well, all the same to me. Oops.
It's got 12 and a 16. So we'll start from the bottom and go and work our way up. So Sano, and so everybody knows this. You could see these little jellyfish-like creatures. They seem to almost go into like a bit of a panic as they realize like the water's draining out of their tank and kind of start to swim around a little more frantically. But they do look a lot like these gargantuan-sized jellyfish that have been reported roaming through wild space. Moving forward, it looks like Sano, that's the only thing you recognize off of this. However, Caitlin and everybody else as well, you see that these are very reminiscent of a creature called an aesthetic, which is a symbiotic bio-organic ship of sorts. At this stage, it seems like removing them from the tank might be lethal to them, so they're clearly going to die if this water drains out. Moving a little bit further, it looks like this will be the last thing Justin knows. So the three of you and Caitlin, yeah, you two. So Justin and Caitlin, this is the last thing you guys would know of this. You can see that larger aesthetic, like these creatures, they can magically suppress the properties of a ship's spell jamming helm. Essentially, they have this like projectile attack that they can fire of sorts, and if they land, or I think maybe even if they just grapple or something. I've only used one in battle like one time. It's been some time ago, but essentially they have an ability where they can like make a spell jamming ship just dead in the water. Your spell jamming helm, which powers your ship, it won't work for like hours or days and shit. Like it can be like pretty bad. And so you do kind of recognize that with these little things there. And so at the last point, it looks like only Um, I might have been jumping between the different roles there for Justin, but so we'd go through the investigation on the first one. So only Arthur. Yeah, only Arthur. You're the only one that recognizes that there are beings called Celestials, known as Rieger. That's their like official name. They're Celestials known as Rieger, and they create these aesthetic. They kind of bond with them, and they like ride inside of them. They're not like huge. They're not like as big as the behemoth you're in now, but they essentially become these like little pod ships that are like living, and they're pretty gnarly. It's a pretty fun fight to face a Rieger inside of an aesthetic. But essentially, it looks like these are like little baby versions of those, and you get the thought that is Fogless, the mind flayer that leads this pack that you've been hearing of. Could he be even trying to mind control these little creatures? Kind of horrified to see what the implications of that will be. And as you guys soak in these details and even like maybe have a quick second to share what you have found, all of a sudden the door behind you over here just crashes open as something up here has heard your doings and smashes into the room. Boom! And you see this ogre. He kind of looks like more of a worker type of sort, like a carpenter kind of guy with his tools on him and such. But he's holding this huge old chunk of wood, and he doesn't look very happy to see you guys. I'd say since it took so long, there's only 4 of y'all, so I really don't want to be cruel. So I'm gonna do a surprise round. Does anybody have anything that would prevent from being surprised?
Oh, I don't.
Okay, sometime.
I'm lucky. Does that count?
It might help, but for now, no. As this ogre just smashes in, don't disturb the cargo! They're gonna punish me for this! And he charges forward, identifying the toughest looking target in there. And essentially the way that in a surprise round works is that everyone will roll into initiative, as we did earlier, including our fine friend here. And then if anybody has anything preventing them from being surprised, they might get to do something during their turn during this first round. But it sounds like probably not, so we'll just skip through everybody, go to the bad guy, he'll get a quick turn in, and then we'll start back from the top. And that's essentially how the surprise will work, unless anybody has any objectives to that.
I got an error from the website, I think. So it said you wanted to set the result of this roll to the turn tracker, but no valid token was selected.
Yeah, to make sure your token is selected, click on the token and you should see a few balls kind of rotating around it. They're red and blue and green. Sometimes even when they look like they're there, it still doesn't think you have selected. So I'm in the habit of clicking elsewhere and then re-clicking right before rolling initiative, just to be on the safe side.
Okay, well that's a shame because I rolled 16. Do I just click initiative again then, or what?
Yeah, if it didn't pop up in the chat, you'll just have to re-roll it.
Did you see mine? Because I see mine.
I don't see it.
Click. And again, it does. Oh, that's even better. Wow, okay. Still no.
Oh, wait, I see yours up there, the 19, yeah. So we can... So, yeah. Are you clicking the token?
I don't know what the token is. I'm sorry.
That's the thing on the map. That is your character.
Yeah, your little halfling fellow there.
Oh.
Yep.
You're gonna click on yourself on the map, and then when you have yourself clicked, you'll see the red, green, and blue balls above your head, and then a gear and another icon below. That lets you know that you have your token selected on the map.
Oh.
Yeah, it gets like...
There we go.
As soon as you get it, you got it. It's like riding a bike, but of course it can be a little tricky at the start. But you got it.
Yeah, that worked.
If you ever highlight over your number, you can click it and type in. So we always just use your first roll, even if you have to re-roll a few times or whatever, just to keep it fair. So right now we'll go to you and put you at 19. And is everybody in there and good? Everyone's good? Let me roll for her. She's a participant here.
I have an idea.
God
You
damn.
can't,
Rolled a what?
you can't communicate before for your turn, right?
I'm not too strict on that, but essentially, yeah, what it should be is that, like, on your turn, now that we've started combat...
Say to Justin, wait for me, I want to... Let me try something, can I do that?
So you'd have, like, 6 seconds on your turn to say something like that.
Yeah.
So you can't have like full blown conversations, but on your turn you could say a phrase or so, like to the bad guy or to your friend, like that.
Yeah, so practically what I want to do is intimidate the bad guy on my turn, but because Justin is quicker, obviously when he attacks him, I'd interrupt that probably.
Ooh, my bad. I'm moving around.
I can intimidate him.
I rolled like hella good with her, but okay, so let's start it off. We'll go to there. Of course, everyone's gonna be surprised, so we'll go all the way down to this fool. He is going to come up, and he is holding this giant club, and he's gonna try to smash down at Sano. We're looking at a dang. I'm like rolling better now though. A 23 to hit you.
That will hit.
Okay, we're looking at 14
Jesus.
bludgeon from this great
Didn't
club.
hurt
Just
at all. I
boom.
didn't need that blood. That was my extra blood.
And then now we're going to go back to the top originally as she stands back here and goes, oh, goodness. We got to make this
didn't want
easier.
that blood anyway, right?
She's going to cast Fairy Fire on this big guy. Looks like she's just going to be hitting him with it. It'll do a deck save. Oh my god, I critted on the deck save, so no, doesn't work. Alright, you're up, Justin.
So can I voluntarily make my initiative lower than Arthur's?
So one thing you can do is you can hold an action. And so you could say, like, I'm going to hold an action to do this whenever Arthur does this. You just have to specify.
I think you are.
Yeah. DM?
Did that cut out?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can hold an action in combat. So you could say, I'm going to wait to do this until Arthur does this.
And it's readying an action, so it doesn't shift your initiative like in some editions. You ready. You just ready in a reaction, and it takes your reaction to do. And there has to be you have to list what the trigger would be.
So if the ogre attacks regardless, that would be a trigger. Or something like that.
Like you could say, if he comes within range, I'm going to hit him. Or you could say, whenever Arthur attacks, I'm going to attack, or something like that, you know.
Alright. So on the picture, I'm kind of behind him, right? But I'm not a rogue. I don't have the whole backstab thing. Does that mean I cannot backstab?
No, that wouldn't work.
Okay. So if that's the case, I pull out the crossbow and I shoot him in the face.
Alrighty, and so you have full free of movement too. So if you wanted to like move back away and things like that, you certainly could.
4 feet? Did you say 4?
Oh no, I'm just saying if you can also like, you know, this is just a suggestion. Like if you're trying to do a ranged attack and you don't want to be close to this guy, you could like move yourself over here as well. But if you want to roll your attack,
Yeah. So I have 25 speed. I'm gonna roll the attack. Oh wow, that's good.
nice, definitely hits him.
And then, well,
Oh yeah, very good.
Jesus Christ, I'm good at this shit.
You're good with the crossbow, that's for sure.
I know, man. And I also move back. Can I move like 2 squares back?
Yep. And so this is a pretty hefty foe, but there's only one of them. But he certainly roars out from the pain. Ugh! But he's more than ready to keep throwing some blows with y'all. Anything else from Justin?
Well, I moved back, and other than that, I have no idea if I can do anything.
Okay, that's probably it for now. As you'll get more, especially as a bard, you'll have some stuff to do later.
I shot my crossbow. I'm happy that I hit him in the face.
Oh yeah, very good. Arthur, you're up.
So I pretty much commandingly yell at him and say, "We're an inspection crew! You don't do this to the inspection crew!" Use my intimidation to clearly project my authority on him.
go ahead and do it with disadvantage.
I
So
do?
that would go to the 10, yeah. And the reason for that is because he looks at you and he's like, huh? And then he takes a look at the destroyed crate and he says, no, you destroyed the valuable cargo. There's no way. You lie. And so that does take your action to do the intimidation. And unfortunately this time it just, yeah, it's the way that, yeah, he was pretty bent up about that in particular.
Cool.
Okay, so you probably nothing
I
else.
I do have a bonus action, which is Healing Word, which
Okay.
I'm going to cast on Sano.
Nice.
So you
Oh,
get
thanks.
Okay, hopefully feeling a little bit recharged. If nothing else from Arthur, movement would probably be kind of dangerous right now.
Yep. I'm
Good
just
to-
staying where am I?
Okay.
Just
All right, you're up. Son.
holding my shield in front of me.
Okay, Sano, you got it. My bad.
All right, Sano's turn. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. So, I'm just trying to add that healing. There we go. All right, let's go to work. Yeah, I'm just gonna swing two-handed. 19 for 10 bludgeoning. Whack.
Nice.
And sure. I'm gonna spend a key point to do a flurry of blows to punch him 2 times. 1, 2. That's probably 1 hit and 1 miss. So probably 6 more damage.
Yep, that is the case. So 6 more, and he is not enjoying these blows. You start to see very telltale signs of wear. A little bit of this like ichor, his blood starting to
Cool.
kind of ooze from some of his wounds. He is bloodied.
All right, that's it for Seno.
So for the new guys, if he's bloodied, I'm indicating that he is at half of his HP or less. So just kind of a little you'll throw in those code words sometimes to kind of let you guys know how you're doing. So yeah, this guy's bloodied. He's half or less. And it is now his turn though. And yeah, I guess he takes that blow and there's nothing you can do to me that'll be worse than what they do. And he tries to bring that great club down with the overhand smash onto Sano again. And this one looks like you've shooken him because he's only going to try for an 11. So,
Got a miss.
much like you're dodging a Titan, you kind of just sidestep that massive blow as he probably destroys whatever was left of the crate. They'll go to Kaylin.
See here. Caitlin goes here. Since intimidation didn't work, I'll try to get into his face and says, "You're scared of your masters. Perhaps we can come into an accord. We can help you get out of this disadvantageous relationship with them. Work with us. We can take them down."
So you can make a persuasion. I'll do disadvantage again though because you guys
Understood.
had preliminary pissed him off or whatever, but you can still make the attempt.
Come on. Oh shoot. Sorry, that's just a 9. No.
You can kind of see him even kind of contemplate it as like, you know, you don't feel the tremors in here as heavily as other places, but you could still kind of feel the battle raging around you. And yeah, I mean, he's contemplating some choices, but he's kind of like, no, we will be victorious. And then, well, maybe they'll just reward me for killing you all. And yeah, he's kind of dead set on it for now.
I like your loyalty, but not very good for us. I step back a bit, Dion.
Okay, he'll go ahead and make an opportunity attack then.
Understood.
Looks like it'll be only a 16. Would that hit? Nope.
I block with my shield. And as a bonus action, I'll cast Healing Word as well to Sano. And adding Disciple of Life. So that's a total of 8. 8 more HP, Sandor.
Nice.
I
Feeling great.
enter.
I love this
Does
because
Sorry, does the healing word also heal temporary hit points or only base hit point?
So with the aid, it's not really temporary. The aid is your HP now. It lasts for 8 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If you, but yeah. So in answer to the question, no, it doesn't heal temporary hit points. But unless you have a feature of your own that's giving temporary hit points, then that doesn't really apply here because aid is different from temporary. It's a
Okay.
aid is a short-term increase of your regular hit points.
Check. Okay, I didn't know that.
it's an interesting spell there, but it is kind of particular. But for sure, what I was going to say too is I love how the danger is very much present. You guys can see here, but through good teamwork and choices, you guys are coming through pretty well. And to help add to the conflict in a good way, as you kind of step back there and fend off that blow. Oops, sorry, scam call. Adria kind of puts a hand on your shoulder there, Caitlin, and says, it's a noble effort, but I guess some just can't be reached. I'll see what I can do. And with her other hand, she casts it up, and it seemingly like out of the cuff of her overcoat there, these 3 magic darts fly out as she'll cast a first level magic missile, pelting him with this force damage. Looks like it's going to be 10 whole damage, and he is looking very hurt. He kind of recoils from it, like smacking up against this cage behind him. And Justin, you feel like one well-aimed crossbow shot might seal this one.
Oh man, I can do that. Look at that. Where?
You cannot miss!
I know. I'm pretty
Nice.
awesome with this thing, man. Boom.
Check the damage.
Let's check the damage. The damage is 7.
Oh, okay, he had 6 remaining, so how does that look as you put him out of his misery?
I think the arrow went straight into his nose.
It almost like it goes up for a second and probably ricocheting off the walls of his head in there, but he looks like he's about to sneeze.
I know you're dropping.
Nah, he'll probably sneeze it back out as his head explodes. All right, and you guys have successfully made it through that one. Even a little surprise against you. So good job. He falls, and let's take it back where we were. We could probably, let's see, we've been going for a little while now. Does anybody want to take a quick in real life break?
Yeah, I do. Max 5 minutes. And also, I informed the team on what happened when I sneaked upstairs because obviously they don't know that.
Okay. So you'll share that, and let's say let's come back in just 5 minutes from now, and if you want to let us know in the chat when you're back, and we'll whenever we have like at least 4 of the 5 of us, we'll go ahead and get started again.
Cool.
Works for me, man.
Cool.
You're right.
Alrighty, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so we are back here in this little cargo hold, dodging some boxes as the gravity planes.
And your mic is out again.
Dang it!
No, I mean, we were hearing like 50% of it.
How about now? Good. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that when you're louder and your face is near the mic, that's when it's better.
I know. I'm wondering if. Let me see real quick. Maybe it's something with this channel. Maybe it's-
Well, do you know how to adjust sensitivity on in Discord? I can walk you through it if that would help.
I could get into the settings, but I haven't had that issue before. But I'm thinking it might be something with this channel.
Yeah, you have a sound bar for volume, which you can check. And maybe it's the background noise that he tries to cancel out. Could also be that.
I mean, but it's definitely nothing. It's not like that you're quiet. It's that the mic turns off and then we hear nothing. So then we'll hear a word and then we'll hear nothing.
Yeah,
So
there's like a
it very
push-
much sounds
push
like
to
Discord.
talk.
It does not think you're talking for part of the time. So I don't know what might have changed. Maybe your mic is physically farther away than it was before. I don't know.
Yeah, I may have to go into the settings and stuff because usually we're on table 1 or 2. Perhaps it is here on 5 because I know there's like a push to talk thing that I've had issues with before in the past, and yet this is the first day. Again, something could be up with the mic. I might just have to do some tests and stuff, and I'll look into the settings and everything. But if everybody can hear me now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so you're in this cargo hold as the gravity planes of the Kihano and the Behemoth kind of cross over each other every so often. You have to like dodge some of these crates as they're sliding around and things. You kind of see the aftermath of your last battle there. There doesn't really seem to be anything else here. You guys have already kind of looked through the crate and stuff. There's a set of doors on the opposite side over here, as well as a lot of undiscovered territory behind you as well.
So just before we go on to a different room, to be clear, the little creatures that were in the box, they stay alive. They will probably be used as weapons. That was what I learned from it.
Yeah, that's pretty critical to say. And as I'd say, probably about half the time so far, the water's drained about halfway out of their thing, so it's getting like less and less time.
You're cutting off again.
I'm right in front of the mic too. I don't know, but yeah.
It might be the opposite, that you're too loud.
Ah!
No, okay, that actually worked. So no, it's not that.
No, so you're spot on though. It seems like these would be designed to be weapons somehow.
All right, I break the glass.
Oh, before that, seeing the usefulness of these creatures and knowing where we are, there might be a spell jammer here. We could use this to our advantage. Perhaps take one of them and use it to disable this ship.
Can we keep them alive? Because the glass is already leaking.
Yeah.
There-
But
There
didn't
might
you
be a-
just say that these little fish, they disable ships?
When they're full grown, they have an ability. Yeah.
If they're fully grown, but they're babies now.
Can they disable this ship if we have a lot of them, like a whole tank?
Yeah, start them young.
You feel like you're probably missing.
I don't know.
There may be a piece of the puzzle that you have yet to uncover here,
Real solid.
but you're on the right track. So, good thoughts to be having. But you're not sure how you would do that necessarily, or harness this power. You're not even sure how they're trying to harness this power. But you know what you know at least. So, who knows what you might find around the next bend?
So I rolled stealth, and I'm opening the door to the left.
Okay, everyone in agreement with that? You're following him over there?
Yep.
You bust open this door, and you will.
Hey, there's Papa there.
You're gonna see a sight. This is a triangular-shaped room-ish, as you see, kind of closest to the nautiloid shell, as it were. And with the exception of the floor, most of the material here is actually more bioorganic than the wood. There's a big table there in the center of the room, and facing it is a pretty grotesque figurehead attached to the wall, slowly dripping goo into a box. Presumably more humanoid brains there, but you might have to get a closer look. There's 2 braziers burning bright with this blue arcane flame to keep it pretty lit in here. And of course, in the center of the room there, you see an auto gnome. And he is kind of slowly cleaning up these blood stains from the large wooden table. He doesn't seem to notice you at the first, and he just kind of is doing his job, just cleaning some stuff up.
He's a what now?
He's an auto gnome. They're basically originally created by gnomes, and they start to take on their own life and sentience. A lot of times they'll be like more robotic, but for different reasons they, break off and start their own like true existence. Some of them are just more like servants and things, I guess, too, though. But this,
Right. It's a bit like a servitor type deal.
yeah,
Alright.
and he's just cleaning away at this pretty blood-stained table.
Do I know if these things can be hostile?
I can tell you that you could play one in Adventurers League if you wanted to. And it's a character race as well, so they're not necessarily evil or anything. They're whatever you want. Yeah.
Like a type, okay. Oh, okay. Should we intimidate them, guys?
No, we should invite him to join the revolution. I guess, Lithids. Your time of servitude is at an end. We gotta take the opportunity to join the battle that's going on against the cruel and hideous tentacle-faced beasts that have enslaved us all. Come with us. I am Sano. This is the Illithid Liberation Army.
So as you come busting up into here with your declaration there, go ahead and make me a persuasion or intimidation check. At your probably persuasion, by the way, you're spinning it. With Justin backing you up, it looks like. And
Yeah. Kind of my thing.
All right.
do you want? Okay.
I mean, probably just a 13. I don't know if I had time for guidance, but
Yeah.
So you
He's
guys,
like the main MC, I'm like the backup rapper,
you guys plead with him your case there, and definitely try to incite that in him. Initially, he looks up towards you from his task there with a lot of indifference, and like kind of just looks back down, scrubbing the blood off and stuff. But as you continue on, and even Justin kind of steps in and lends his own words there to round it out. He finally kind of like turns his little robotic eyes back up to you, and he says, "Well, I didn't think it'd be possible, but yeah, I guess I wouldn't mind getting the heck out of here. And if you're planning to escape, well, I was brushing sawdust with Grungrak and Nick. They were sanding and grinding the Mad Gemmer's hull. Well, that might be a good little jolly boat we can escape on."
Oh yeah. Where can we find this thing?
Oh, well, it's, I believe on the other end of the ship. From here, on the same level, just back that way. But wait, though, you may not know. Apparently there's a command word to activate the Mad Jammer. And I found this. Oh, where was it? Where was it now? I swear it was just there. It's a little crumpled note. Perhaps you can help me find it. And he's kind of like looking all around, like moving some guts over here, kind of wiping the blood off here, like getting a little bit covered in it himself, even as he's just like trying to go around and like looking underneath all this like gore and stuff that he was previously cleaning up. And you guys can certainly help him though if you want by making a perception check.
Oh, perception, sorry.
Okie dokie. We'll cast guidance.
That's the same. I rolled a 10, that's fine. Oh,
Wow.
damn.
So we got
I
three.
feel like I feel like those times when your mothers know where some lost things are. You looked everywhere, but they always find it.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And so
Did you check your pocket? Oh shit.
Sano, your heart's still kind of beating as you delivered that passionate, rousing speech there. So you're kind of standing back as you watch everyone kind of fan out, starting to look around and stuff. And there's a point where Justin and Arthur almost like conk heads as they're kind of like looking down on the ground, like, "Oh, excuse me." But about that time, Caitlin, you kind of just dip your head underneath the table and you find this like crumpled little note, and all it has written on it is 2 words. It says "Witness thee." So not much for a handout or anything, but yeah.
Witness the.
Sounds like a password.
Oh, let's try it.
And so, yeah, you see this little fellow made of brass and copper. He's got a little pointy cone hat there and his nice little mustache. Kind of sets his mop down that he was working with. And you can see how he's got this, like, magnet belt kind of attached to him with all sorts of, like, little janitor tools and things. And he says, I never did like being sold to a mind flayer vessel. And I've been waiting for an opportunity to escape. I would love to come with you.
Happy to have you. What's your name?
Well, simple enough. They call me Clean Gnome. And even as he states it, he like kind of slowly like starts to wipe a rag against the blood again. And he's like, oh dear me. Perhaps don't mind that. And sure enough, even as he like walks toward, he's always like kind of straightening up a little bench or something. Like he just can't help it.
So 2 things. One is, come with us, but you need to help out. And 2, let's come up with a better name. What do you want to be called?
I made my creator named me Clean Gnome, and yet that was so often, so long ago, and I guess they did just sell me after all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't had that much free thought.
We could shorten it to Clome.
The Clome, the ass kicker. I kind of like it.
I even have aspirations now. That's good.
Yes, kicker. Let's go with it. Let's go, Clone.
Clone. I like it.
All right.
Let's clean the
make it-
ship from corruption.
Let's make it official as he joins the crew.
Oh yeah.
I'm so glad to be of service. Well, if you want to lead the way, I'm right with you. And Adria, she probably would have been hanging back here, back more low with Caitlin, and she's, wow, guess it's good to pick up as many as we can out of here. You don't want to leave anyone behind that might not be evil. Kind of makes you wonder what else might be around the place.
With the people.
All right.
Indeed.
So, Clone, are you familiar with the ship?
Well, they've only assigned me to a few places. I can tell you mostly only what's on this level.
A whole lot. I think he dropped again, didn't he?
Yep.
Oh, he says, I could really only tell you about what's on this level as I've been assigned to only here.
So what's in the room to the left here?
Well, there's not really much anything there, but further on there's a workshop.
Workshop? Lead the way!
Me? Are you sure?
Oh, we'll be right beside you.
Says, okay
Or
then.
behind.
It's
Yeah,
right in
we
here.
got you back, bro. Clone?
There's actually named Clone in the screen.
Perhaps I shouldn't be the one to enter first, but it's right beyond this door here. Unless you're forcing me.
No. Wait,
You have to
we're
understand
ending
one
for
thing, man. You're
We're
your
not
own
like
gnome
you're-
now. You have no more masters, huh?
You're your own gnome now. I love it.
You're your own gnome.
You're your
That's
own
why we
gnome.
call you Clone and not anything else.
Everyone just
So if
starts
anyone
shouting
tells
at
you what
him.
to do,
Oh dear
you slap
me!
him in the face.
I don't mean to be the center of attention now. I'm very pleased to meet you all as well.
So,
His,
go.
Hey, it's great to have
More
you.
of that.
All right, and
It's great
so
to have you as part in this movement. No? Fight the machine with the machines in this case.
Nice.
I open the door, DM. Slowly, sorry.
okay, crack that door open, and you see another being in this little 20 by 15 room or so. And the wood walls here merging with the nautiloid shell, almost like in a piece of art. In the room, you see. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dan. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Please go on.
Okay, cool. You see assorted like smithing and carpentry tools here. Most particularly like a bolt cutter. Gosh, that would have been useful, wouldn't it? And you also see a crowbar. Dang, that would have been useful. But there's a single oil lamp kind of hanging down in here, and you just have this metallic like garlic odor almost, and you see like a grinding stone in one corner. Kind of slowly squeaking as it spins, and you see a little penguin fellow. It's called a Dohwar, Dohwar. Unfortunately, this one isn't a character race that you can play yet, and probably won't be, but they are pretty colorful, little fun people, merchant type folks and stuff. But this guy, you can see how he was clearly trying to hide from whatever's going on, and he's like cowering in the corner here. But as you come in, he kind of peeks his head around, and he says, "Oh, please, excuse me, I'm not afraid or anything."
I, following what Sano has been doing, is join the Liberation Front with my persuasion.
Persuasion. I'm your backup choir again. Okay, let's go. Bang! I help.
He says, "Oh, well, actually, I was about to ask you the same thing. I wanted you to join my crew." Well, it is just me, though, so...
Well,
Are you with me?
you look like a member, and we are a crew, so join.
Okay, well, and you can see this, like, short little penguin guy, and he's wearing a little coconut hat, kind of, and a checkered detective cape. And as he kind of speaks with you, he just waves his little stubby arms and hands around like quite dramatically. And he says, "You may call me Costello. That's Pingo Costello. Don't you forget it either. And yes, I was just waiting for someone to come around for me to rescue, and we should probably get out of here."
Sounds like an awfully good idea. Do you have any valuables in here that belong to the owners of the ship that we should take with us?
Well, I don't know. I guess that just depends on what you're interested in. But, you know, there's always someone to bid on different things, I suppose. But I don't really do that. Not me. I don't have anything in mind. Just want to survive. That's for sure.
At least let us take the crowbar, so in case we need any other, stuck doors or whatsoever. Is there any? What's the quickest way to escape the ship anyway?
Well, I'm sure I could be of use somehow, and yet, yeah, you could take this stuff. What do I care? Take the bolt cutter. That could be useful, sure. And look, if you help me, if you let me tag along, I'll give you 100 gold for getting me off this doomed ship.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Well, all right. And sure enough, as long as you guys are welcoming on board, let's make it official as Pingo joins the crew.
Crowbars and bolt cutters acquired.
Yeah. We need like a banner or something for our Liberation Front.
Perhaps we can think of it along the way. What a varied group we have at the moment.
This little thing on that right here, is that a door as well?
You guys had asked about that, and so you could see that is really just in kind of Passover room. But as Pingo's coming out of here, and he kind of you see him starting to shake hands with Clome, and they're kind of chumming up and getting to know each other slightly. Adria comes up and she's like, I don't know, but I just have a bad feeling all of a sudden. It's almost like I've got a headache. Something's about to happen. And then all of a sudden, like, it seems this ship has kind of like dealt with your presence here for a little too long, and all of a sudden like springs into life, and these tentacles like jump up, and let me boom, so they kind of spring up next to each one of you, and
No.
all right. And so as this happens, this is kind of going to be like a combat encounter in a sense. So let's have everybody roll initiative real quick.
Yeah, you go tomorrow.
Yeah. Reaction speed of a stone.
But Sano, how come you always have like not a whole number for initiative, but like a 21.16?
That's a. It's a. I'm gonna try not to talk too much about it, but let's say real fast. Okay, so there is a tiebreaker option in Roll20 that you can access with the gear icon in a Roll20 character sheet, and in the middle section you can click the checkbox for Add Dex Tiebreaker to Initiative. Now, it's not actually a 5th edition rule to use that tiebreaker. This is kind of a carryover from other editions of D&D. But a lot of people like to use it, and it can be convenient just to not have everyone going on the same initiative and then have to have a conversation about, well, who should really go first right now? So that's why I tend to have it checked on. But, you know, technically the 5th edition rule is that I forget what it is. I think it's like that the DM decide, or maybe players win ties with monsters, something like that. And the players decide amongst themselves if they tie.
My first thought was you paid for this option, so this is a whole lot better.
Yeah, no.
No pay to win here. All right.
Yeah.
That's cool. Thanks.
All right, let's do it. And so as we're gaining NPC friends, I'm just going to do side initiative with them, so they'll all just go.
You're dropping off again, Tally.
Gosh darn it! But I'll just do side initiative for the NPCs, so they'll all go at the same time. So keep it kind of simple.
Side initiative for somebody.
Side initiative for just your like new NPC friends. What's wrong?
Okay.
Yeah.
Might just need to get a new mic. My son might have just messed this one up over here. He's a fidgeter.
Okay.
But all right. So the way this will work is if your passive perception is 13 or higher, you are not surprised. But if it's less, looks like Arthur's is less and Justin's is less as well. And I'm gonna have to kind of check for the NPCs in a moment. But everyone else will be able to act on this first round at least, and then we'll pick it up. I know another surprise, but so Sano, you can do whatever you want. This thing pops up right next to you. It definitely seems, hostile.
Okay, so I'm seeing like 3 tentacles. Those are the hostile things?
Yeah, they seems like a reaction of the ship, as if you guys may have been like hanging out a little too long or something. It's starting to pick up on your presence, and it reacts in a way, and the ship itself seems to be kind of coming up to attack you.
All right. I guess I'll just attack this middle one. I'm not missing some. There's not some obvious.
No.
Okay. All right. Maybe I should. Nah, I guess not. I'd probably hit my friends. I've got this javelin of lightning I was thinking of throwing, but I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just whack it. So, 2-handed. 1. If a 14 hits, 6 damage. Oh, and I'm going for the central one, right in the middle.
Okay, you do crack it quite well. It takes that damage.
And then I'll do a single unarmed strike. Oh, 10's probably a miss.
It seems to just narrowly clip the edge of it, and the force of it does pull enough away to like rip some of the flesh of it off. A couple suckers. It'll take that 6 damage, and it seems to be kind of hanging on by a thread now.
Nice. All right, that's it for Sano.
All right, Caitlin, looks like you are free to act.
I'll kill secure the middle tentacle. Swinging with a mace. Oh, sorry. That's just 16. Why is there plus there?
So you said you're going to double up on the one in the middle?
Mhm.
Okay, and so as you crack it with that 6, you could give a specific flair to it if you want, but you efficiently killed that one.
Doing so, I'd like to distract this tentacle by moving away. Over here!
Okay, yeah, I guess it'll take an opportunity. Oh, shoot. So a 24, as you try to go away, it tries to grab onto you, and as it does, it'll do 3 bludgeoning to you, and you are
Take it.
grappled.
Punch. Understood.
So you'll come back here, and you'll be grappled, and while you're grappled, you are also restrained, and that would be that, I guess. Anything?
That's about it, Dan. Thank you.
No problem. And looks like these guys are all surprised. Justin, you are also surprised. Arthur is also surprised. All right, now the first actual round, Sano.
All right. Two more stick smacking, punching. Oh, I guess we'll start with the punch. I clicked the right thing. But 9 probably misses because I know that 10 barely. Oh no, a 9 and an 8. I was going for this one, but I'm guessing that's nothing.
Yeah, as you try to free Caitlin, you're just a little nervous about donking her on the noggin on accident, and you just kind of keep whiffing.
Okay, we didn't hear all of that, but I think you're confirming it was a miss.
Yeah,
that's it for Santa.
Try not to brain Caitlin. So you. Speaking of Caitlin,
Yes.
You are tied up. You are grappled. You are restrained.
Restraint I can still attack while restrained, right, Dan? Or no?
And it's the one time I didn't pull out my.
Yes, you can. You'll just be at disadvantage, and you can't move.
Understood. I'll just try to get out then. But what would I roll, DM, to get out? Sorry. Oh no.
Check.
So you can do a
Totally.
strength check.
A strength check. Understood. Strength. I guess I'm stuck there.
Yeah, and as this thing kind of like tightens around you, you grab it, you're trying to wrench it away from you, and you're just unable to free yourself.
Understood. Enter DM.
All right. Looks like they will spring into action. Following the lead over there, Adria will do a little firebolt here. I guess that would be with disadvantage, though. Okay, so it still hits. But only does... Oh, and it seems as the fire kind of licks across the body of this creature, it recoils. Doesn't really quite like that so much. And seems to hurt it pretty bad over here, but still it's got a good old hold of you there. And then I'll say Clome will use his action to try to free you and he will fail. And following that example, Pingo will do the same just to keep them moving. Looks like actually... Hold on, Pingo. Hold on.
Oh? Do we have a hero penguin?
Oh, no. His strength is abysmal. So, sorry. Yeah, he puffs up and watch this and grabs hold and they just I just cannot get it. Unfortunately, that's it for them. As we pass down now too, though, which I think I had forgotten to do. I forgot to do something at the end of last round, though. So forgive me, but I'm gonna have to catch up a little bit myself as I had ignored a couple things because these guys don't roll into initiative; they just have triggers. So I didn't do any of the triggers the first round. So just forgive me because The first one will come around. The thing had already grappled you, but it can't grapple you again, but it can try to just squeeze you. So it'll try to hit for a 13 on Caitlyn, which will miss. You're able to just kind of resist it with your armor and such. The other one on the other side would have attempted to attack Arthur as it was right there, and that would have been a 13, which I think will just hit. So it'll do.
I'm 18 now because I have the armor on. Sorry, I need to.
Oh, you
Just my.
Okay, yeah, definitely want to do that.
Sorry for that. That's 18 now.
I think Justin's initiative was not included in the turn order.
Oh snap! I think you're right. Let's catch him up too. Oh, he was earlier. I thought, right?
I was wondering about that. I did roll.
I thought you.
Oh, I was. Yeah. Okay, I remember what happened here. So, I saw one of you pinging the map, and I tried to replicate, and then I accidentally deleted my character from the picture. So I think that's what went wrong.
Okay,
Yeah.
no worries. So let me finish up with Arthur real quick. He would have not been hit then, so he
This
resisted that
yeah.
attack.
Yeah, one. That's fine.
So that would have been on the first round. You would have been surprised still, and so at the end of the first round, something would happen real quick just to Caitlyn. As you were tied up at the end of that first round, you need to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Say, come on.
My bad. I was kind of caught up on what y'all were doing. I forgot what I'm supposed to do. That's my bad. But you're able to resist like the full damage, but it looks like you will take half of a D10, which is going to be half of 2. So you'll take 1 damage as it kind of tries to suffocate you a little bit, and that's it. And then so now we go back around. Sorry for the misstep there. And Justin, it would be your turn now if you want to go ahead. I don't know if I'm coming through, but
Yep.
okay, yeah. So that point of damage, and then it'll be Justin's turn. Okay.
Justin, I think you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Alright, so I once again pull out the trusty crossbow, and I still haven't figured out how to ping anything on the map. Which tentacle is grappling right now? Is it the one on the right bottom?
So if you want to do, you can long press, like if you just hold your pointer down, boop, yeah.
Oh wow, okay, that works. So I'm not entirely familiar with how copper works and everything in this game. I did play the Pathfinder game where they had that.
Yeah, I can kind of give them cover as appropriate, and it like either adds to their AC or so on. I'd say in this case, the only person between you and the thing is Caitlyn, who is being grappled by the thing. So I wouldn't really incur any penalty there. You could just fire.
Then I'm going to fire at that guy, and then I click this button. Oh god!
An 11 actually will hit.
Nice.
I can check that, and then I need to roll the damage. 8 piercing. Wow,
Very
that's
good, very good. As actually, it's a point more than you needed, and you just you kind of see everyone kind of struggling. There's like this moment of tension in the room where Caitlyn's kind of just like snagged there, and no one can really get her free. But you kind of stay cool. You like lower that crossbow just the right thing, take that exhale and boom, direct pinpoint shot to kill this thing and free your new friend. You got one left.
Yeah. Man.
Okay, so if that's it for you, Arthur, this thing tried to snag you as well. Almost got you. What are you gonna do back to it?
Hold on. I was reading my character file. I can play music to inspire people, and I completely forgot about that. Even though it's the bard thing to do, right?
So you should get bardic inspiration. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, bardic inspiration. It's a bonus action. A creature other than yourself within 60 feet that can hear you gets inspiration 1d6.
Is that level 1 or 2? I couldn't remember. Is it 1?
I have it in my D&D Beyond sheet, and that's a level 1 character.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, you can. That's a bonus action thing. You can only use it like 2 or 3 times.
Twice. That's all.
Twice. Okay. So yeah, for sure. Whenever you see somebody in trouble, like for now, this fight is kind of winding up, and I think it lasts for 10 minutes. So maybe it'd still be useful to give somebody or whatever. But yeah, if you see like, oh shit, like Arthur's in trouble, I'm gonna give it to him or something. Or Arthur's coming up to attack next. I want to make sure his attack's gonna land. I'll give him. Yeah.
Okay. So for now, I'll leave it, but next time I can do that as a bonus action. Okay.
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 All right. Okay.
All
So
right.
Arthur.
Sorry about the interruption there.
No, that's good.
Well, then it's hammer time. I swing with my warhammer towards the tentacle right next to me. with
Okay,
the bloody
so
wrist.
I rolled for it to try to hit you, and it missed again, and then you're gonna try to clap back, and you definitely land. So if you want to roll that.
God damn, 11.
All right, and this one
I
crumbles
want to order
down.
sushi.
And so this is more of like a trap than it was a like physical encounter so much, but just a just a little thing to throw at you.
Take
real
it away
quick.
from Harper. That was a hell slap.
There's some danger there. There's some danger. Okay, so after that, everyone's like, okay, well, shoot. I think the ship's at the other end of the level here, unless you guys are wanting to check anything out. Clome says, and I have the passcode. I'm helping.
Where do we need to use the passcode?
Well, on the Mad Jammer, of course. And as he says that, he starts to like rearrange these weapons on the rack a little bit.
Where is the Mad Jammer?
Well, just beyond the cargo hold there, at the other end of the ship.
Let's go, baby.
You see there's a couple doors there yet that you guys hadn't gone into, so they'll most certainly
Yep. Heading that way.
lead you there. Of course, there's...
Well, there's the one door on the top here that we haven't checked yet. Can I pull a stealth thingy and very sneakily look through the door? Is that possible?
It is very possible. Yep.
Fine. 22.
Okay, so you go to open the door and let me make sure.
Very, very sneakily.
Okay, so you open this door up and you see just before you is the ship that is being mentioned. And I can just go ahead and open up kind of the rest of the room there. Is it? They both kind of lead to the same.
It's the ship, guys.
This room seems to be more of wood and steel as you're on the opposite side of the nautiloid shell of this ship now. You do still see how it merges with the nautiloid's exoskeleton though. There's two 10-foot wide sliding doors. You just kind of came through one. They're big enough to allow these jolly boats and flying creatures kind of... Oh, I'm so sorry. They're right here. They're like next to the wall that can like allow like passage outside of the ship for flying creatures or ships or whatever. The area around you is like pretty well lit by these strange like big bulbous green semi-spheres along the central shaft of the ceiling here. In addition to that, of course, the highlight of the room here is this 30 by 10 foot boat. Seems like enough size to accommodate like 8 medium creatures. And it seems to be currently under construction. You see like a little task list pinned to the hull. That's going to be a handout. Not the prettiest looking one necessarily, but you should see it now coming up. And so it says Mad Jammer, fast attack vessel under construction. Looks like they have some things checked off. They've already built the hull. They've already sewed in the mainsail. They've asked Fogless to enchant it with it activated by the command word. They've built the wheel onto it. And then you can see some other things that they need to do right now, where they need to add a spell jamming helm to it, because at this point it's just like a fancy jolly boat. A jolly boat essentially will bob on the gravity plane of the bigger ship or whatever that it's around, so it's still a means. They wanted to include a ballista on the side of it at some point and a cool figurehead, maybe some other things. That's spell jamming suppressing weapon attached to the keel. And Grungrak and Nick is signed there.
You got a feeling you might have met Grungrak and Nick and probably already killed them already, but they got their little task list there. You can see the ship. It does seem to be chained, which now that you got some bolt cutters will be no issue for you if you just want to chop. And Adria comes up and says, "Oh my goodness, yes. Oh, this'll do. You know,
It will do.
I could power this if we did have a helm, but for now we could at least just bob and get out of here. For I've been looking out of the windows and it seems like we're not too far from a scrapyard. Maybe we'd even find something there to use, but it's the best of a chance as any. It's better than this ship at least. I think we should try to use this. There's only room for 8," and she kind of takes a look, and since there's only 4 of y'all and then 3 NPCs, it seems like everyone's going to be able to fit just fine.
Take the penguin with us.
He's like, "Wow, thanks, you choose me first. Ha 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 ha, screw you, Clone."
Of course, man. Who doesn't want to have a penguin?
They think I'm cooler than you, Clone. Ha ha. Well, I'm not sure that's the case. But yeah, so you guys can definitely use this to push out into. You can break the chains. You already know that. And everyone, if you want to make me a quick intelligence it'd be an investigation or survival check. And if you have proficiency in space vehicles, you might take that bonus as well.
Ooh, I'll do that.
Or investigation, right?
I'll give guidance to the next one who rolls because I don't have proficiency on either.
Me neither, man. Whoever has wisdom, go for it.
Oh.
Okay,
What? You have space vehicles? What?
Right.
Oh.
Well, the only thing you could tell, Sano, is this is a heavily modified boat to where you're not quite sure what's going on with it. But Arthur, as you're looking at it, you could see that moving the boom would let the sail catch astral wind, propelling the ship in one direction. You can see the wheel and rudder there would help maneuver the ship. There's 2 lateral flaps even that can let you gain or lose altitude. The sail here isn't visible, but you're thinking that might be where the command word comes in. So I think you guys know what to do.
But what's
You guys ready to get out of here?
Hey, what was the command? Were you see me or something? What was it?
No, Clone, man, you're your own guy. You can do the words for us. Let's all get in the boat. Get in the boat, get in.
Well, she's the one who found it. She probably remembers. And
I'm sure
Witness.
everything I noticed with Sano as well, because he apparently has more knowledge about guns.
Oh yeah, my mercenary company has fly the stars to fight the scourge of the Illithids until and then he has to gaze away and remember them sadly.
Vengeance must be had. And so you guys can all clamber aboard this little jolly boat. With 7 of you, it's a little tight, but not quite too full. You could stretch your legs a little bit and such. And I guess if anybody wants to give the magic words there.
Clone, you got this. Go for it.
Witness. Go. Yeah. Go. Like Loam.
Oh, thank you. It was that. Witness thee. In his little monotone voice, he cries out, and a little twitch of his robotic mustache. He kind of hops out and kind of gives it a heavy push, and it slowly slides out of this door here into the majestic beauty of wild space. And as you do, you start to gain a little distance from the 2 battling ships behind you, and you can see them in their full glory now. This huge nautiloid behemoth ship. The Kihano is I'd have to look the name of it off the top of my head, but it's a GIF ship with this huge cannon on the front of it that is in the shape of a roaring dragon's head. And these cannonballs that are used to fire weigh like tons. They take up like the majority of the cargo weight of these ships, where they can hold like a ton of cargo in these ships, but they don't have hardly anything on them because all the cargo goes to these like giant cannonballs. And sure enough, you see one just in a ripple of this like fire shoot across towards the behemoth and just crack it. You can see they aren't going to take that though, as they try to fire back, and this luminescent blue light forms in the bow of the behemoth. From its frontal funnel of sorts, the ship fires this high velocity projectile that strikes the GIF's Bombard. That's what the ship's called, Bombard, my bad. as the bombard is stricken by this new projectile, you see these ripples of arcane lightning just traverse and start to cripple the ship. The behemoth's tentacles slowly start to tear the bombard apart, piece by piece, and in the chaos that ensues, the Keanu's mass is hurled in a trajectory that comes right towards you guys. It's definitely going to graze you, and as it does, you start to spin and fly out of control. You brace yourself for an inevitable crash on like a astral junkyard nearby. And as you're descending, flying crazy, everything's starting to spin. The ships behind you are slowly winking back. You're not sure what's happening there. You start to feel sick to your stomach. You know that if you can manage to do something, you could possibly get this situation under control. As you guys are spinning out of control on this little ship, you could do one of three things. And so this is the way it works. You must succeed on a DC 13 check. Clean Ohm is with you on this one, and so he pulls a tool out of his belt as you're just spinning and careening, and whoever wants to do it, he holds up a little mop, and that'll kind of work as a lever and give you advantage on the check. And so the way it works is if you're doing one thing, you can't do another, and also it's not going to be any like guidance and stuff like that. This is kind of, just shared responsibility here, as you are all just kind of do something to do anything in this crazy moment. And so as you're spinning, someone could try to do something. They could use athletics, acrobatics, or they could use proficiency in space vehicles. And, if you want to choose who does it, and then if you want to roll, I'll tell you what happens.
All right, so I can do two things. I have +5 in acrobatics, and I have music that if you roll a 1, you can re-roll. That's what I can offer.
Cool.
I say gnome power. Oh wait, you weren't gnome. You were halfling. Right?
Yeah, I'm hoppling. Yeah. Same deal though. We're quite short.
Well, Sano wants to use the space vehicle knowledge and try to steer and stuff. That's okay.
Yeah, you have the spaceship knowledge, right? So how about I play my bagpipes and then you try this?
All right.
Are you trying to give him the bardic inspiration?
Does that work for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. I was just confirming that's what you wanted to do.
I'll
First
try
thing
to
I
help.
do, we're falling from space to our death, in a deathly cyclone of spinning around shit. The first thing you do is you grab your bagpipes and you start playing.
Oh yeah.
That's what you do, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so if you
yeah, that's what I do.
Caitlin, you have something to say real quick?
Oh, sorry. I have proficiency in space vehicle as well, and when I see Sano try to handle the ship, I'll give him advantage by helping him out.
So I'll tell you, there's 3 tasks and there's 4 of you. So if you want to give up your chance to do a task and leave the others to do them, and you can do that, I would allow that.
I'll do that. Yeah, bagpipes is a bonus thing, so I could pick up the last one.
And I got a perfect way to describe it. If you'll give me that space vehicles roll there, it's a wisdom space vehicles roll.
It was made for this. Space vehicles.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so you.
Roll another one for crit fish. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, do it.
I mean, right. Let's see, is that higher? Oh, that's the exact same.
Okay,
And then
so
the inspiration. Don't forget the inspiration die, right?
Well, like it'll last for 10 minutes, so I'll stay inspired in case I need it more.
okay.
10 minutes.
I don't know enough. I'll shut up.
It's still
Thank you,
valuable.
thank you.
And so to describe it, you go to do what you said. You're trying to you're grabbing the wheel and you're trying to wrench on it, and you quickly realize that that's not going to work. Like, this thing is out of your control, and you kind of feel that presence. Somehow keeping composure in here, Caitlin kind of taps you and points towards some ropes. You go towards the ropes and you start to cut them to remove tension from the sails, using your knowledge in these matters, and it helps you start to regain a little more control over the wheel as you're falling. And although you've gained some control, it seems as if crashing is going to be unavoidable. So our second task, another DC 13 check. You can either do perception or survival, or you can use navigator's tools.
All right. Anyone have navigator's tools or survival?
So it looks like we're down to Arthur and Justin. So you could either do navigator's tools or perception or survival.
I have a whole lot, but I don't have that. Do you, Arthur?
Do I have? Well, yeah, I can do a perception check. I think. Oh no, that's.
Do you have wisdom or what?
Well, it looks like both Arthur and Justin have a pretty low passive perception, but you know, you can always try.
Yeah, I only have insight as a proficiency. So.
Here, how about this? Since you guys are both at the same kind of, and you're both level 1 and stuff, I'll give you a gimme here where both of you roll me either a perception or survival check of your choice. I'll give you both a stab at it.
Mine isn't too bad. I'm not good at surviving.
There you go. There you go. Coming in clutch. All right.
Yeah.
So as you're going down, Arthur, Justin screams at the top of his lungs in panic. Oh shit! But no, you kind of try to keep a cool head, and you realize that you're gonna crash. It's gonna happen. So you look for the safest place to do so, as this kind of junkyard is like coming closer and closer and closer so quickly. And as you do, you find a little area that's not only large enough for the ship to land, but that seems like it may absorb some of the impact. This little crater with water in it might just be perfect for an emergency landing. As sploosh, the ground is getting closer, closer, closer. Adria kind of shakily walks over to you as you're like almost in control of the situation. And she cries out, "Witness thee!" And she redeploys the mainsail, kind of acting as a parachute of sorts. But you can see that clearly it's going to need a little help. All of a sudden, Pingo runs up and he starts to panic and he shouts, "We're all going to die! We're all going to die!" And I'm going to need, let's say, Caitlin, can you make me a persuasion or intimidation check to calm Pingo down?
Let's see here. Persuasion. Checking off guidance. Let's see. No! I say, calm down, not knowing what else to say.
He like almost like grazes you with his little fin as he's like going just out of control, and he like tries to grip your shoulders, and he's like, "We're gonna die!" And as he does, it is extremely hard to concentrate, and so we'll give you all a double whammy again for the new guys. You can either do an athletics or acrobatics check, as you need to try to grab onto this mainsail and like, you know, let it be a parachute for you essentially. And with this like screaming in your ears of Pingo, unfortunately you're both going to have disadvantage on those checks as well. So you'll take the acrobatics, which the disadvantage doesn't matter, it'll be the 13. And then how about you over there too, Arthur? Do you want to do acrobatics or athletics with disadvantage?
Dennis?
Oh, it's also me. Sorry.
Yep.
I missed that.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, either athletics
Oh,
or...
you died.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, Arthur, you try to pull the ropes attached to the mainsail so the sail doesn't like fall apart, and it just slips right out of your hand, so much so that it almost like burns them. And you kind of stay like standing there, like kind of wave your hands off for a moment as you see Justin. You just try to jump. You're like, and you cry out to everyone too, like that's what you should do. You're like, "Look, everyone jump!" And then right whenever it's about time, you go, "Now!" And everyone jumps off the boat at the same time, and smash! This little mad jammer just crashes down into this crater. Dust from the crash starts to dissipate, revealing around you this kind of purple wasteland extending for miles. Not far from the crash site, you see these crystal shatters as more parts from the Kihano above you are being blasted down into the ground. It looks like you would have taken some bludgeoning damage, except for your expert navigation through that. You actually have negated all damage you would have taken from that crash. So you were able to all just kind of like pick yourselves up and kind of dust yourselves off.
Man, I want to compliment our drivers here. I don't know how you did it, but I'm impressed.
Okay, so I will admit we have been kind of running long on time, and so I mean, I got all day, honestly, so I'm not going to be too keen to rush things myself, but that's just me. Technically, we're scheduled for another hour and a half, but we do have a good little ways to go in the module, so we'll just play it by ear. But if anybody's like really keen, like I can't go over time, like period, let me know, and I'll try to like wrap it up a little faster. And so
Fine.
here you guys are here at the crash of the Mad Jammer. Everybody got a good sight of that?
Yep.
Because now it will disappear. And
Oh, yeah.
you see yourselves here at this crater. It's a good place for you to kind of gather yourselves as you come out. And you see this relatively kind of small junkyard. Seems to be an uncharted location here in Doom Space. Kind of a mixture of asteroids, destroyed spell jamming ships, these crystalline structures, and all in this big jagged geography. You see above you too, there's more details about this in the Light of Xerxes book you could learn if you end up playing that. But these purple crystal shards are drifting in the sky all around you. They seem to capture the light of like distant stars and such and reflect them back to you in like this prism of colors all around you. Okay, noted. And everything here is pretty brightly lit, unless I'll say otherwise. And as far as like sight, or as far as like sounds and stuff, except for the faint sounds of the battle above you, it's almost eerily quiet here. You can kind of hear the distant wing flaps from space mollymawks and wood cracking sounds eventually kind of breaking the silence. And the air here is filled with this scent of just mold, fungus, and rust. As you guys make a quick assessment of the area, I would like everyone to please make me a survival or perception check.
We'll cast guidance, Sam. Or, it's not applicable.
Yeah, you can. It's fine.
Okay. Survive.
Got 3. Can I get one more? Perception.
Yes, that's
Or
right. Sorry.
survival.
I don't 100% understand the whole two numbers thing. So I have a 9 and I have a 17,
So-
but I'm not sure what I actually rolled.
Yeah, it's auto rolling you with advantage, which is totally fine. We'll just always take the first number unless you actually have advantage. Some people do that just to save time so you don't have to click it on and off. So I don't
Okay.
care. Whatever you prefer. But
Yeah,
as you
that's
guys...
fantastic.
Right? Is perception with advantage.
Right, so this isn't an advantage roll, though, so we're just going to take the left one. But yeah, the right
Yeah.
one would be with
I
advantage.
just,
Yeah.
I just had no idea what these numbers were.
Hey,
Gotcha.
man, hey, I hope you're enjoying it, though, and I hope you're learning a lot. And shoot, I know we got to muscle through it now a little bit more because we've been having too much fun. But so to the point, you guys take a quick look at the area, and this is another accumulative check by like you all kind of take a look, and only so many of you determine so much. But looks like really just Caitlin's kind of taking the lead here. You are the only one who notices that to the west of here there's the carcass of multiple ships, and some of them might still contain some weapons or wards that you can salvage. You also can tell that to the south of you lies the shell of a turtle ship. Seems pretty rusty, but you know, maybe there'd be something you could find there to reinforce your crashed ship, or maybe even repair the sails. In addition to that, the last thing you can tell, so you got 3 out of 4 on this one. You can see that there's a beacon of light kind of flashing sporadically in the east. It seems to be from some arcane device that may help you like empower the ship. As you can see, it's down. And so as you guys kind of recover from the crash, Adria comes up and she says, "Everyone's okay, right? Oh man, some quick thinking. That could have been bad. Well, I reckon the ship needs some repairs now, and honestly, a proper spell jamming helm if we're going to get off of this piece of rock. But if you ask me, the Mind Flayers are winning the battle up there now, and it's probably not much time before they come looking for us. So let's not take too long. We probably did save some time, though, with our quick, quick crash we made there. So I guess let's get to it. I mean, it looks like you guys had kind of taken a quick peek around, and I guess essentially we could really go in any direction, but I know this: if we're going to get off of here, we need a spell jamming helm. I would say we have about 4 hours or so. It'd probably take about an hour to explore each direction around here, where it looks like a good 2-mile radius around us. So it's up to you guys on what you might check out. You could go in any direction, it looks like, but like I said, we're going to have to get a spell jamming helm.
Understood. Since time is of the essence, we could just follow the task list that we found. And I also share the things that we've seen. Perhaps that turtle ship over there might have a spell jamming a spare spell jammer. Sorry.
Well, it does look pretty sturdy. Unless anyone scavenged it probably would survive a crash in that thing. Yeah, I mean, if that's what you guys want to do, whatever. What about you, Pingo? He's like still like about to, I'm still getting my legs here. Oh, give me a second.
I use an insight check to see where most likely I would find undamaged parts.
So essentially, that's what we had already done. You guys had did your kind of
okay.
yeah. So you saw that to the west, probably some weapons or wards. To the south, the turtle ship might have something to like reinforce, perhaps. To the east, there was a beacon of light kind of flashing, maybe some kind of arcane device of sorts. And so what you're going to do here is try to recover some things to repair your ship. And obviously the spelljamming helm just like helps you fly the ship, but the other things that you may pick up, and it looks like there's about 7 areas. I'm not going to spell it all out for you necessarily, of course, but you could hit like 4 of them in the time lot that you have based off of what she had kind of indicated before. It's going to be like, yo, we got to get out of here or else they're going to come get us. So one of those hours obviously needs to go to the spelljamming helm, period. But you probably have like 3 other things you could check out, although you're not 100% on, So essentially, it kind of looks like you could go all directions. There's north, east, south, and west basically, and you have each one's going to take you an hour, and you have 4 hours. So you don't necessarily have to do everything that's presented, but you have the opportunity to. So whatever direction you want to go is where we'll start.
Is it easy to split up, or is it like really huge and you need a whole crew to check out each part?
Without revealing too much, I'd say it kind of depends on the encounter presented in each situation. Some of them you might be okay to do that. Some of them you might be a little scared to do that.
I think it would be safer if the whole party goes to one location together.
Well, then I say the priority goes to the jammer first, and then after that, if we have time left, we use that to find some more to improve the ship.
You guys have like a couple clues of what might be in certain directions, but there also is just like a little D6 table here you could roll on to if you just want to just take your chances, and you could just go in a random direction and see what happens.
Okay.
It's up to y'all. If y'all want to go, like you had mentioned the turtle ship earlier, so you could certainly do that first if you wanted. I mean, it's up to y'all.
Is everyone okay with going to that direction? Turtle ship?
Yep.
Okie dokie.
That's 2. Can we get a third turtle ship enthusiast? I think 1's out. I don't know if Sano. What do you think about turtle ship?
Oh, yeah, whatever the group thinks.
Alright, let's keep it going. Moving to the turtle ship. I got you guys pasted in the bottom right corner of the map. There you go. So you can kind of arrange yourselves as you see fit. And I will also kind of reveal some things as we go. Mostly just the outer edges of the ship you can kind of see off the bat. And so the main thing about this is you can see, you'll kind of have to like really walk up to get the good view inside of it, but this huge metal shell was once a turtle ship and carried probably some valuable cargo, but it seems to have clearly been attacked by one of the many factions here in Doomspace, and now its walls are partially crumbled. The metal bars holding it up look bent and rusty. Patches of astral light kind of pass through the holes all around you in this destroyed shell. You feel like you could probably collect some of these metal bars to work to, that might kind of help you with something to like reinforce your ship. There also is like a little, you guys can kind of walk in. I'll just reveal the whole thing, honestly. There's not really much point in spacing it out there. You can kind of just walk over the walls, as there's not really walls there. It's all crumbled and broken down and such. And as you would go in, You can kind of see on the far side there's this little like chain door that leads like further, like deeper down into like the belly of the beast here. You maybe possibly something to investigate there as well. But you do have these metal platings you can kind of strip where you're at right now. First, as you guys come in here, everybody make me a perception check. And you can kind of rearrange yourselves anywhere in the room you kind of want to look around and stuff. It's got 1, 2. All right, last call. We got 2 more. I know Justin, I don't know if he's back yet, but Caitlin, you have a perception check? Okay, so you kind of take a quick glance around, and it's just kind of eerily quiet in here, and yet you don't really see much to kind of call out to put you in like danger mode or anything. But as you're looking around, you do see those metal bars I had mentioned, and you feel like with just the right athletics check, you might be able to pull some of these bars away to reinforce the ship. And so anyone can take a chance at it, but I think to make it where it's not like obviously too easy, you can just try over or whatever. Everyone can get one shot, and I would say you could only, let's just do no guidance, I guess, just to keep it like a good old round roll and see what happens. So group athletics check if you want to throw in. So we got a 12.
Sounds good.
And a foe.
Oh, I've got a splinter. Oh, it's the worst.
Did we lose somebody?
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Alrighty, so you guys are kind of taking a peek around here. Haven't really discovered much yet, other than these kind of rusty bars. So you're trying to wrench some of them away. Anybody who wants to can take an athletics roll. And I guess if you wanted a guidance like yourself or one other person, you could. So, Arthur, you start to wrench at these bars, and you're like pull one away, and you feel like, oh, that one's not enough. We're gonna need more and stuff. And you start to go towards the others, and right as you do, you're about to give a warning to Sano and Justin. There, like, hey, you got to be tender with these, but they just start to wrench on him. Sano immediately crumbles one into dust. And then Justin, right over him, like trips and falls into him, and they all just crumble into rust. And you can see that those are not going to do.
Guess we'll have to check further into the ship to find better alternatives.
And as you guys start to as you guys kind of disturb the area, something starts to come out where looks like it'll just be this feller here. This little rust monster pulls itself out from the wreckage, kind of seeing you guys disturb the area, turns towards you, Arthur, and looks like it wants to bite your face off. So of course we're gonna roll some good old initiative. Another little singular fight.
Always the face. Oh, finally another 2. Oh, I forgot to select my icon. Close.
Alright, I guess we lost Caitlin.
Your mic went off again.
Yeah, mine did, but I guess Caitlin's did too. We're down
again.
One. Yeah, we're down one member, eh?
Oh yeah.
Maybe someone left connection.
Internet problem.
Alright, I'll see if I can tag real quick, and then we'll just go ahead and get started. Okay, well, I guess one less turn in combat for now. As Sano, you see this thing just kind of crawl up. Definitely looks like it's going to attack Arthur. You feel like you might need to jump in and help him out with that.
All right. Yeah, let's go do it. I'll run right over. If you want to mess with my party, you have to deal with me. Try to rest this. The 17 for 5 damage, and a 16 for 5 damage.
Okay, just double checking some stuff on my end, but looks like for 10 total, right?
Yep, and that'll be it.
Okay, yeah, mighty blow. It recoils, starting to second think twice about its actions here. As Arthur, you feel like you might be able to get a hit in.
Welcome back.
Hey, you can roll into initiative. This rust monster came creeping out. They tried to get these bars away, but they ended up disintegrating. And then this rust monster came out all hungry for that. So if you want to roll into initiative.
Mike keeps dropping off, Holly.
Dang it! But rust monster came out. He's hungry for these rusty bars that they just kind of accidentally destroyed. You can roll into initiative. Whenever you can come back to roll 20. And then for now, Arthur, it's your turn.
Oh yeah. And so I step forward, and we roll with the Warhammer.
Nice. All right, let's see some damage there then.
Yep. Can't touch this.
Alrighty, so you do a massive 9 damage to this foo. It hurts him grievously. He's still ready for another blow or two, but also something else happens. As your metal warhammer collides with this rust monster creature, it most certainly takes the damage, but it starts to rust and corrode your weapon as it makes contact. And so for now, you'll have to make this note on your character sheet. Your warhammer has a -1 penalty to damage rolls. So where you're rolling a +2, now you're only going to roll a +1.
Not Jennifer.
Old Jenny. But you can buy another one or whatever, you know. But for now, anything else on your turn?
Anything else on my turn? And nope. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
All right. So I'm gonna say Pingo will stride forwards and he'll say, "Oh, look! Shoot him right there!" And he'll try to give you the help action. I think. Do you have to be 5 feet within the enemy or 5 feet within someone you're helping? I don't know if any. Do you know that, Ken?
When you're doing the help action with an attack roll, you need to be within 5 of the target. Weirdly.
Okay. 5, 10, 15. Okay, so yeah, he'll run up then. I knew it was one or the other, but thank you. He'll run up and he'll be like, "Look, get him right here!" And he tries to like grab him by his like little rusty leg. So on your next shot, Justin, like a crossbow or whatever, you'll have advantage. Adria, she's going to try to flick that firebolt. That's been pretty successful. This time it will not be, though. It almost scorches some of those spiky locks off of Sano's head there. And I'll say Clome. I guess he'll do something different. Hold on.
He's just got a clean shit there.
Well, actually, hold on. He'll like dash up here and he'll be like, "I'm ready to help," although right now he can't do anything. And so we'll go to Justin. You can attack with advantage.
Awesome. So I have 25 speed. If I go diagonally, how much is that? Is that 5?
Yeah, it's the same. We don't penalize for that.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I pull out the crossbow because obviously I'm not going to rust my fancy dancy sword. And I shoot him in the face with a crossbow.
Okay, so you will actually miss. Oh, yeah, even with advantage, you miss. It kind of streaks overhead.
Damn it.
So that was close.
And I think Bardic... No, that's too late. No. Okay, that's too bad.
Okay. Anything else for you there?
Nope, got nothing else.
All right, we're going to go to this nasty little guy. Probably the only attempt he's going to get to make. I guess just to make it funny, because he's probably not going to get to do any actual damage, but maybe I could kind of screw you a little bit. Sorry, buddy. But he reaches forward with these antennae, if you will, and tries to wrap them around that Warhammer. He sees that sucker right there in front of him, and he tries to get it. I'll need you to make me a DC 11 dexterity saving throw to avoid his touch. And that'll be to Arthur.
Dexterity saving. It's just a simple. Yeah, it's just simple.
And so, sure enough, yeah, he grabs it and kind of starts to yank it out of your hand, and you try to resist and pull it back, but you realize it's futile as it like melts into dust in your hands. And unfortunately, yeah, you do not have a Warhammer now, or you might have like the handle of it.
Arthur is clearly crying.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, that's if it was armor. Yep. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, sorry about that, man, but that Warhammer is gone. And Sano, you can get revenge for Jennifer if you want.
All right, let's go.
It looks like technically it destroyed a 1-foot cube of it, which I would imagine would be a pretty sizable chunk of the head of it. I don't think you're going to be able to use that, especially after it's already been corroded once. I think it's probably hitting that, the random object territory or whatever. So, but yeah, anyways, you're going to get some revenge. You come back, definitely 2 hits. We're looking at 13 damage.
Yes.
Okay.
15. 15. Yeah.
All right, any kind of flares, you just knocked that one out.
Yeah, I don't know. Try to get him to cough it up. Give that back, but it's like all dust, of course. And if my buddy needs to borrow a weapon, Senna would be happy to lend his quarterstaff. Who's Warhammer was that? Was that Arthur's?
Yeah.
I still got some javelins on my back, so.
Okay. Yeah, you can use those in melee too. So.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Cool. So you guys wrapped it up here, and just to keep us moving, go ahead and make me a quick. Everyone can do it if you want. A nature or survival check.
Nature, survival. It doesn't matter either way.
Man, I'm so bad at surviving. It's awful.
Yeah, that's
Like, I
okay.
should've
That's why I got
okay.
people to rely on.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah, for sure, Caitlin. Jump in whenever you can. We're just you're good. We're waiting on you whenever you can. No worries. Got a nature or survival right now. Looks like everyone's taking the survival route. As you take a look at the body of this creature, looks like so far, Justin, you're not really you're just looking at it like, what the heck? Arthur and Sano, potentially Caitlin as well. We'll see. You can see that you could probably take the chitin body of this creature and use that to reinforce your ship. So while you didn't get the metal bars, you can kind of make up for that by getting this this material from this creature. You also see that all of you can tell that there's this little doorway down if you wanted to go investigate a little further, see what else you might be able to recover here. And this will still be off, the full first hour or whatever we had talked about earlier. But to move us on, if you are curious, you can go down into this little room. If it'll do it. There it is. It's in the bottom left of the map. Kind of just a little transition you could think of. You go down, coming up here on this side in the corner. You take a look around, and you see that this is like a cargo hold down here. Again, it's the bottom left on the map is what I was talking about. There's like several little crates and boxes that seemed like would have held some nice valuables. Pretty easy to get in here since it's all crashed up above and everything. You kind of got to come in though, and it's pretty dark, so if anyone's going to do one of these rolls that can't see, you might have to think about that. But if you want to look for something in here, you could either you could make a perception check.
Which area was dark?
You're in the bottom left now of the map. It's like you go down into a cargo hold. And so first, if everyone will make a perception check as you kind of go in. And if you can't see in the dark, that it is made with disadvantage.
Yeah. Let me check this dark hole first.
Sano lights a torch.
Yeah.
Okay, so no more
disadvantage.
Okay.
It's downstairs or upstairs.
All right, so I just need one successful check when we go through. So for sake of time, if I see somebody get it, I'll just kind of move on. So Sano, you kind of take a look as you go in, and you see that there's a false floor in here. There's a compartment inside with an ornate chest engraved with a black spider. Strangely enough, though, there didn't really seem to be any locks to it. So we can follow that up with an investigation check if everybody wants to make that, as you kind of take a look at this little box. And so I'm just looking for DC 13. If one of y'all hits it, I'll keep going.
I'll give guidance to someone who looks investigative.
We got an 11 and I think a 6.
How about I'll give a guidance to Justin to take that to a 13.
Okay, there it is. And so you find, as you're kind of taking a peek, and oh my gosh, Arthur too especially, together you guys find that if you press this little spider engraved on it, it lifts up and now kind of like works as a dial. A couple of little checks on it kind of reveal there's a combination that'll reveal the spider silk sail. It seems like it was to be delivered to like a drow galleon or something before the ship crashed. Yeah, so you find the combination. It just takes a few little checks and stuff, so there isn't anything hard there. And yeah, you pull it out. It's a spider silk sail of drow origin. Pretty cool. Will definitely be helpful. Again, these are going to add bonuses for your ship in a moment. We'll get to that. And we'll have to keep track of what you gain, but I'll let you know. So far you've gotten some plating, and you've gotten some spider silk sail. And that's it for this area. You guys can move on back to the kind of the starting screen. We'll just kind of essentially coming back to the crater area, and so that was south. You have 3 other directions, or you can just roll a d6 if you want.
So you said that we needed something in the east, some light in the east. We needed to get started again. It was a bit much information. I forgot.
It is a little bit vague. It seems that you're not really sure what's up to the north, but you can kind of make out like the silhouette of like a ruined tower of sorts. And then off to the east, you see this like blinking light, kind of indicating it might be some sort of device that might power the ship in some way. You're not sure if power means, like a spell jamming helm or something else. You just have to take your chances. But
so, guys, and you guys, should we go to that one? Because it seems like the ship needs that, right?
Most likely. Sure, let's go.
Okay, so you start to take off towards the east, and as you do, let me see, my bad, sorry. All right, so you start traipsing across this wasteland. It seems like this kind of almost dull, like whitish, purplish rock, and just all around you these giant crystalline structures and things. And as you're going, all of a sudden, you see this like almost appears to be like a little meteorite coming towards you from above, and you kind of have to stand back a little bit as it just crashes into the ground. Boom! And as you go to look at it, it looks like it's a chest that has fallen from the Keanu, and the behemoth is just tearing it apart up there. You feel like you might be able to use whatever's in it, perhaps, but for one, it's like 600 pounds or more. This is very heavy. But as you take a look at it real quick, you can see that whatever wizard who created this has engraved these sequences of numbers as like a chess combination, and it's almost like a little math check. And so I'll type them out as we go, and you guys can kind of work together to like spin these dials to the right numbers. And so we're looking for some answers here. And there's 3 answers, and each one has like 2 slots, so room for like 2 numbers. So I'll separate the numbers by commas. The first sequence seems to be a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, and then it wants you to add 2 more numbers to that. The one below it is a 1, a 2, a 3, a 5, and an 8. And again, it wants you to add 2 numbers to that. And then the third and last, wanting the same, is a 1, a 2, a 4, an 8, a 16, and a 32. So it seems like each of these little dials will spin from like 0 to 9, allowing you to, form a number. There are some... Yeah, so I'll let you take a stab at it. I don't think y'all need help, but if you do, I can give you a couple clues.
This is super easy, guys. I know them all 3.
Yeah.
You got it?
Sure.
Go do it, Tim. Justin. Rock that part, knowledge.
Okay, you got the floor, man. Take it.
Come on.
I'm pretty
There you
sure the last one is Arcana points.
Yeah, it's what I typed. This is the answers.
So you slot them all into place and try to open it, and it actually doesn't open. And the hint I'll give you is you're trying to slot them into one number. So it's going to be like a two-digit number, or at least that's what you have to work with. So instead of and you're given 2 answers instead of 1, essentially. If you want to cut that down a little bit.
2 answers instead of 1.
You essentially you got the answer right, so I don't really need to string you along. But you didn't need the 8 and the 21 and the 128. Essentially, it'd be a 07, a 13, and a 64. And so clearly you already know it. But it looks like the first one is pretty obvious: numbers increasing sequentially by 1. The second one is what's called, which I didn't know this, I guess, but it's called the Fibonacci series. And after 2 terms, the next term in the series is the sum of the previous 2 terms. So 1 plus 1 is 2, so on. The last one is the power of 2 series. So, yep, didn't need any help, of course. This one's kind of cool. As you open this up, and you find that you have to kind of open this switch, and it triggers this little dead man that would have melted this thing. So you cancel that, and you open it up, and you see inside of it is for this huge, insanely heavy chest and things. On the inside, there are instructions about how to use the device that comes inside of it for your ship. But essentially, the way it works out is this functions as a scroll of catapult. So this is a consumable, and so the way it works, if you're a wizard, you could spend some currency to copy it in your spell book or whatever. But if you're not, and if nobody uses the spell scroll during this adventure to cast the spell, then everybody gets a copy of it at the end. To be able to cast the spell, you only have to have it on your class's spell list. So this spell is called Catapult. I'm not 100% on all the spells it's going to be on, but I'd imagine it'd probably Wizard and Artificer and stuff. So, you know, if you can't use it with your character, then you might give it to someone in an adventure. Like, you can't give people things to keep, but if you play a game with, like, a wizard and you're like, hey, use this catapult spell, you know, I'm never going to use it. And they'll be like, okay, cool, that saves me a spell scroll, or a scroll slot. Why not? Or a spell slot. Fuck, I'm getting all mixed up. Anyways, so you got the reward there, the catapult spell, and just to keep us blasting on down, we'll keep moving. You continue on this, like, crystalline, desolate area here. Oops, why is this moving? Second. I'm going to jump you to the next map, which this is more just like a visual, as you kind of, this is what you see above you. As you kind of see this stuff flying down around you. You recovered the little box that fell from the sky. And as you continue, you go into this open field just extending for a huge distance. This will kind of replicate it for us, but this is more like the sky above you. As you see all those crystal shards I was talking about earlier, that's kind of what that would look like in the sky above you. As you're kind of walking through the area, the shards just seem to like fly, and every once in a while they'll kind of crash against each other. And as you go through, you see that you get closer and closer. There looks like some equipment kind of buried in the ground here that might be salvageable. Maybe some kind of like arcane furnace of sorts. You're gonna have to piece some things together, perhaps to make it usable. And as you come up to it, you see that there's a distance between you and this object, and periodically as these crystals collide with each other, it just like rains shards down, like crystal rain. You don't feel like that's going to feel too pleasant on your skin. And as you're looking at it, you can all try to do another perception check in the same way that we've been doing it. You're looking for a DC 13 success. Will give you the right tempo to kind of like make it through when they're like colliding with each other. So if you all want to take a stab at it, we're looking at that DC 13. Almost got it. I think Caitlin and Justin, you got it there. As you see, you can kind of time it, and so you time it just right. You tell everyone else like, let's go, and you do. You start to sprint through the crystalline desolate here, and the rains of shards start to rain down on you. It looks like I should probably do some rolls for our NPCs as well. I'll just do. Oh my goodness. They all failed.
Oh no.
So everyone who failed by 13, so it looks like all the NPCs and then Arthur and Sano. Oh, you know what? I'm jumping it. That's my bad. I'm sorry. Let's get a deck save. Sorry. So that last roll was for the last thing. So my bad. This is the next segment. So you might still not get cut up. So if everyone will make me a deck save. But unfortunately, my guys are going to get it. Okay, so you all try to time it right with the first, perception check you made, and as you start to sprint through here, the rain of shards just keep coming down. You do your best.
Breaking off again.
No. So those of you that got higher than a 13, you'll take half, and those who didn't will take full of 8 slashing damage. So Arthur, you'll take 8. Caitlin, Sano, you'll take 4, and I think I need one more deck save from Justin. Pingo looks pretty hurt after that, as he's not the healthiest of creatures. Adri is a little scraped up, not quite bloodied, but close, and your good sturdy friend Clome looks like he could take a few more of those and be just fine.
Do I get a chance to lay on hands on Pingo and Adria?
In a moment, you feel like you might have a time, but you'd have to like get to where you're going. But you pretty much you could in a second. I still need a deck save real quick from Justin. I don't know if you can hear me there, Justin.
Tim, are you there?
He's muted.
Did say BRB before, I think.
Oh, did he?
Sorry,
Oh,
I had
no.
someone calling me. I missed the last minute.
No worries. Basically, you're trying to run through this field of raining shards. You kind of found the tempo to try to do it, and as you're running through, some of it's like raining hell down upon you. Some of you have taken some serious damage, while other of you not so much. I'll need a dex save.
I'm like one the Caitlin linked. All right.
Okay, so you'll save, so you'll take 4 damage.
Okay.
4 slashing damage as you kind of get through the worst of it. As you guys make it through to the furnace, yeah, you'll just have to wait a moment to heal up till you get back. This is kind of like a rush moment. You're like, we got to get this and get out of here, as this is just like raining shards down on you. But as you get to the furnace, you see that you're going to have to try to carry the furnace back. And this is going to be an athletics check where everyone's roll will contribute towards a DC of 20. So I'll need all 4 of you to roll an athletics check. And yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Athletics.
16 already.
The dice is hating me.
Okay, so that ends up being enough. That one wasn't too difficult, but you all needed to work together to lift it up. It's heavy, and you guys pick up this strange device. I feel like you, with a better check in a moment, you could certainly do that. And you rush back to your kind of starting point at the crater. And as you look at it, everyone can make an investigation or arcana check to kind of see what you might be able to determine about this strange device.
Investigation, arcana. I'll give guidance to Arthur. Nice.
Okay, so it looks like you can see that this is a furnace that'll let a creature attune to the spell jamming helm in a ship, and you could cast spells as if the spell originated from the ship, like a shipboard weapon, or it could actually come from a shipboard weapon as well, or a creature of your choice on the deck. Because we'll get to a little more of that later, but whenever you attune to it, it's this chair basically, and you sit in it, and if you have spellcasting ability, you can attune to it, and once you do, you kind of go into this like trance of sorts where your body essentially... the way I like to run it is for privacy's sake. You can't see every like inside of the ship, but essentially the outside of the ship becomes like your second skin. Like you could see all around you, below the ship, around the ship, everything. Like you are the ship, and you can fly it around and stuff. And there's some more rules with that we will certainly get to in just a moment. But this will help you do some magic from it if you got somebody on there. I'm sure even Adria can if nobody else can. But you guys determine that, and again, let's keep on moving with time. You got 2 more directions to choose. You can go north, or you could go, what is it, west?
West.
I vote west, but before we go, I use my lay on hands on Pingo, Adria, and myself, so they all gain. Oh, and Sano as well. Yeah. So that is 4 lay on hands that I use.
Okay, so you have how many? You have what? Just 5 points of it at the start, right?
Yeah. So this will mean that I'm out.
And so what that is you can give individual like one of those is just 1 HP.
No, 5 HP per lay on hands.
No. It's you just have 5 HP points to distribute.
Oh, really?
And I think you did use all the... you used 5 earlier, too, so I think you're tapped out on those for now.
No, then you're right. Yeah, then I'm tapped out. Sorry, I misunderstood that skill.
No, it's okay. All right.
Let's see. I think I can do this instead. Oh, shoot, never mind. Channel Divinity, So, I think only Pingu can get this, though. It'll essentially get Pingu like half his HP.
Yeah, I think that would just be him then, huh? But yeah, he boosts up a few HP. Might be life or death, you never know.
Yeah, okie dokie.
Okay, so you guys want to go west towards these like kind of wreckages of ships, and just to give you... Well, hold on, let me copy you guys real quick. So I don't lose y'all. Copy. Yeah, I kind of tried to use these don't think I had one underneath this one. Let me double check. Did I? No, I didn't. Sorry, I kind of doing some weird cinematic stuff on this adventure I didn't really do before, but it kind of works. I just got to make sure I'm doing it right. So we'll come to this next map, which is what I'm speaking of, and you're at this shipwreck. And this is first, it just gives you an image of what it looks like. So you guys can all see that. Looks pretty crazy. And that's, you know, you can notice like the purple around you in the sky, the couple wrecked ships there and things. And so now that you all have gotten a good look at that, 3, 2, 1, it will disappear, and you can see the actual map will play on underneath. So you guys approach these kind of wrecked ships. Seems pretty quiet off the first value here. There's 2 of them. Each one kind of has its own little encounter of sorts. So you could pick the north one or the south one and take a looky-loo in your choice.
Yeah, let's go for the north one.
Okay, so you can climb up those boards there that Sano's on, and everyone kind of makes their way up there and takes a look around. You see there's a ballista here, screwed to a metal plate. This is like a shipwreck containing parts of what would be called a gnomish sidewheeler. It's kind of like this giant like river raft with like a big wheel on it. Pretty cool. They usually have all these kind of crazy constructions on top of it in addition to it, so it becomes almost unidentifiable as a raft anymore. It ends up looking like a monstrosity, but they get the job done at least. And you're kind of in the wreckage of one of those and maybe some other ships there as well. But you go through and you see that if you want to recover this ballista, you're going to have to kind of salvage it from the board that it's on. Looks like one person, only one, will need to make an athletics or thieves tools check.
Ooh. Justin has thieves tools.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a Justin problem.
Wait,
All right, let's give guidance.
I'll take it, but if one of you wants it, then I will push the button.
Okay.
So that would be Slate now Thieves Tools.
And you got the D4 of guidance on top of that.
Alright, so does it work if I push this? Hey, there we go. It's not a brilliant roll, actually.
You got a D4, which might make or break this, honestly. You're going DC 13, so let's hope you can roll a D4 real quick.
Type it like this. /R1d4.
I don't know why people always suggest typing like it's code, and there's a perfectly good GUI interface. But yes,
That is
works,
true.
But,
No, yeah, you're so right. Yeah, I never suggest the interface.
But on the left side, there's a die symbol, and you can click it, either click it and get a whole menu for dice rolling, or you can just hover over it and pick some dice to roll.
Okay, so for a result here, you are able to salvage the ballista, but you do kind of damage it a little bit. Where they normally do a bit more damage, you'll find that now it's going to do a little less, but still usable. It'll only do 3d8 damage on a shot, which sounds like a lot, but it would do even more if you didn't just damage it. But you can at least use it. And then now I'm going to need everyone to make me a perception check, as what are you going to do with the ballista if you don't have any bolts? So you start to look around for any bolts that you might have, and I'll be taking the highest roll. That's what I'll use. So if everyone wants to take a chance at it, we got a 17, we got an 18. Okay, so with an 18, I will divide that by 3, which comes to a 6. You're able to find 6 bolts to use with this ballista. So this is probably the time where I'll keep a couple notes.
Woohoo!
Nice.
And so far, all your comrades have saved, and not only are they just fun and good people to get to know, but also they can run a ballista, which takes 3 people. So hey, anyhow, as you guys are
Do I spot a telescope here?
You don't, but unfortunately, you start to spot something else, and it starts to remind you of something. Dun 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 dun, as this huge shark, this brown scaver, a space shark essentially, comes swimming out of the wreckage of this shipyard. This is clearly a hunting ground of his. He comes up, he sees you guys looking like some tasty morsels, and let's see if you guys can knock him out. Everybody wants to roll me some initiative. Fool. Guess this module has like a lot of combats, but they're at least kind of like mini combat, so nothing.
Got to select the character.
If anything, we may just have to glaze past the ending battle slightly, but that's okay. Ship to ship combat can get a little extended, so we'll see what happens with that. But we'll keep moving. We're almost done.
I have a sneaky suspicion I'm gonna be last since I rolled a 1.
No, you're still faster. Caitlin rolled a 2.
Oh, jeez. I rolled a natural 1 though.
Yeah.
Brown skin.
Okie dokie. Let's not waste any time. As I would like to remind you all really quickly that y'all did get that coiling grasp tattoo. So if you get to the point where you've used a lot of your resources, no.
Thank you.
I heard enough. He reminding us to have a tattoo.
Yeah, you guys have that coiling grasp tattoo as well as initiative or as DM inspiration. No one's used DM inspiration.
Thank you all.
Hey, John, yeah, when you submit it, when I see it's on the SI agenda, I'll make sure that.
Okay.
Well, that's a good reminder. That's a pretty handy thing.
Yeah, because that might be a good thing y'all can do here and there to if you're running out of resources. So this thing comes swimming up, and Arthur, this time you were the first to kind of see. You're looking for a telescope, and nah. Go ahead though. Your turn.
Yeah. How often can we use those grasping tendrils? Once?
Yep.
I grab my javelin.
Oh wait, no, it's it looks like it's at will.
Yeah, you can use it over and over, but only grasping one creature at a time.
Okay, yeah, I'm using grasping tendrils.
Okay, so what's the range on it though? 15 feet, so you'll have to move within 3.
So yeah, so
looks like you just should be able to do. Nice. So you just dash and kind of hop down from this deck top part, and your full sprint over there, and you kind of extend your hand using this like evil power that's been branded into you, and these like weird tentacles that resemble the ship you were on earlier streak out across this thing. I'll need to do a strength saving throw, which he is pretty big, but let's see. Oh, I forget, this is one I have a stat block for, but I actually did roll a crit 20 on here, so he will resist. And looks like, yeah, so essentially he resists this time, but you can try again next time.
cool.
Good try.
Yep, and I don't want to target. After you try to do that, I want to go back for you, Arthur, but he'll actually swim down, and yeah, I definitely don't target level 1s too much. I will sometimes, as you've seen.
Yes. Santa's like, show me what you got.
Oh yeah, and so this shark comes down, jaws shining. Let me get to the right. Where you at? What? Oh, I don't know. I keep doing this. I'm like looking for the stat block. I have it on here. I'm so silly. I'm not used to roll 20 stat blocks, but they are useful. So yeah, he's swimming towards you, and he tries to just take a big chomp at you. I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity saving throw if he hits. Oh!
I just got the shield spell, and all you've done is roll super high or super low. It's killing me. I just want to cast shield.
Sorry. So unfortunately, that does pop off some damage. If I can.
Yeah, it's gonna be real nasty.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry. Where do I? Is that it?
It's alright. Breathing's overrated.
It's weird. It's not letting me click to hit. Oh wait, no. There it is. Okay. So 18 piercing damage, and I'll need that dex save if you'll do that, or else you might just get swallowed.
I'm gonna go ahead and use inspiration.
Okay, good use.
Let me get.
There you go. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. So if you'll note, guys, the newer ones, he had called it before, so he gets that advantage on the roll, which ended up being make or break. I mean, that could have just, been crucial for this battle. Anyways, yeah, so that's his turn. He comes in, tries to swallow you, at least takes a big old chunk of your flesh away. Your blood starts to just pull down into your feet. as it is actually your turn too.
All right. Time for sweet revenge. Let's go. Swinging the old stick for 6, and contemplating whether I want to use my key point for something. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Flurry of blows. What is it for? If not to punch things twice. 1, 2. Oh gosh, so terrible. I don't know if either of those will hit.
Yeah, this kind of rubbery, firm flesh kind of gives way on the second strike. You don't do that 5.
Oh well, I tried.
And it's looking pretty hurt now. Not quite bloodied, but getting pretty close.
Oh, so did the 13 hit?
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yep. And all right, Justin, you can rush to action.
Right, so I cost. Well, no. Do I know how much intelligence a shark has?
You don't, but you can imagine it's probably not great, just because this is like a feral creature, not something like terribly sentient. That's probably about the only hint I could give you.
Right, so in the spell it says intelligence 4 or lower, given the broader Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, so if you commit to casting it, then I'll tell you success or failure based off of that.
Okay, so I'll just grab my crossbow and shoot him in the face.
Okay.
And then I roll. That's 7.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Times are looking a little more grim. Oh no, you guys have made it so far. Anything else?
Can I slowly walk away after a shot?
Yeah, you won't take an opportunity attack because you're not within 5 feet of the creature, so you certainly can. And then I did.
I stand behind Catelyn because that's where it's safe.
All right. Hey, actually, real quick, I'm gonna kind of retcon real quick because I'm goofing on these guys. Pingo, he is like, oh, you know what? This is the moment I can change my ways. There's a lot I haven't told y'all, but and he throws himself in danger's way to try to give you advantage on that last hit. So if you want to take that, I'll say you can re-roll. You know, you won't take the 18, but if you want to roll again, Justin, for that light crossbow shot.
You want me to re-roll?
Yep. Yeah, Pingo's going to use his action to give you help because roll damage.
No.
All right, there you go. Nice. Pingo for the win.
Oh, yeah, little bastard. Look at that. And I think this guy's pretty strong, right?
He's been pretty tough.
He's been pretty tough. I played my second bard song.
Okay, who do you want to give that to?
Is that something I can just give to everyone and just play the song of my people and
You have
use it?
You have to choose one person to give the bardic inspiration to.
Really?
And so I'll tell you right now, I'm about to give advantage to Caitlin, so you maybe would not want to do it to Caitlin even though she's next. I'm just telling you that because I should have already went, and that was my fault. Because Cleanome's going to run up here and use his action to give help to Caitlin. Adria, she's going to take a pot shot with the firebolt just because that's something simple for me to do. She's actually going to miss. Not as lucky as she was earlier. She'll kind of take a few steps back at least.
I'll give it to Sano so he doesn't die.
Okay, Sano, you have that bardic inspiration, don't forget. And then
Thanks.
We're looking at Caitlin. You're up.
Caitlin rushes to the front sides and touches Sano with consent and cast Cure Wounds, 2nd level. Thor be upon thee.
Ooh.
So that's 12 plus 4, that's 16. 16 HP to Sano.
Wow. You're amazing.
And blessed be Thor, and I end my turn. Oh wait, no. I tried to distract the shark. Over here. I run.
Okay, it'll definitely try to use that reaction at you, and it looks like it might hit. I need to pick which way I'm rolling, but I'll take my roll that I just had. I do need to know. Looks like it's going to be a 19 to hit you as you try to run.
Oh, it just hits.
So just simplify my other roll, though. I'm going to... My bad. I'll try to just do it like this because this is what is better, but I'd already rolled. So, so it'll do 12 piercing, and then of course I'll need that dex save as you try to run away.
Noted. Dex save. 10.
Okay, so you do not get away. You'll take the 12 damage. It looks like you are swallowed. You're inside of this creature now. We'll just put you up here. You're blinded, restrained, and you'll take some damage at the start of the Scaver's turn. And so on. Okay. Anything else?
And my turn, yeah.
Okay. Arthur, you just saw Caitlin get swallowed by this thing.
Yeah. Guess we have to finish this off quickly. I grab one of my javelin. Are javelins light weapons, actually? No, right? No.
No, I don't think so.
Nope. I step forward and I use my javelin.
Alright. Trying a different approach. You hurl the javelin. Looks like it connects. And so you can roll that damage. Nice. And so, yeah, Caitlin, you almost like just see this tip of this javelin like suddenly join you in the belly of this thing. And it's bleeding badly now. It's very hurt. That's a very good throw from Arthur. Oh, not a throw. You just ran up and stabbed it. Very good. Oh, anything else for me?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so we'll do the 3d8. Looks like 19 poison damage. Holy cow to Caitlin.
Ooh, 19. Fudge. Just enough.
Yeah, so you just start to breathe in these noxious fumes inside the belly of this creature until it eventually is just too much. You run out of oxygen and you drop to its squishy floor there, essentially. And then it actually can still get to go. It will... Oh yeah. Its belly's full, but it thinks I might get me a meal for later too. And this time, what I was gonna do is it watched you run up and heal Sano too, and it's not gonna know what you did necessarily, but the scent of the blood in the not water, I guess, but the scent of the blood lessens from him while you got this like pretty much half dead little penguin right at its feet. So it turns towards Pingo and it tries to swipe at him. I need to quit doing this, but it is gonna hit. And then I'll just roll it on. Maybe actually I can just do it like this. As Pingo goes down, I won't outright kill him in case there's any way you guys want to try to bring him back or anything like that. He is a part of the party, but for now, I don't know why this is being like this. Sorry, my thing is acting weird. He takes the blow for you guys, and he drops down. If he could, he'd eat him.
Right. No, it's happening again.
Sano, you're up.
All right. Sano is gonna be angrily swinging his staff. Give me back my friend. For 10 and 7. So 17 damage.
Okay, and so you do indeed, you slay this foe, and come flopping out of its now beaten up and raggedy corpse is Caitlin. She is downed. You have 2 downed foes, so we can kind of jump out of initiative unless we need it, but what are you guys going to do to stabilize them?
Anyone good in medicine or recovery? I'm all out of healing.
Man, I'll play my bagpipes at this funeral. That's all I can do.
In Caitlin's... Oh, sorry. Please go on.
Here's 7 healing for Caitlin.
Okay, Caitlin's up with 7.
And then,
Thank you.
let me get Caitlin being the healing expert. Do you have any suggestions for what to do with for Pingo?
Yes. I shall use my amulet. And with that, I can use this. Preserve life. Pingo can get up to half. And if I may ask DM, how much HP is left in the pool after Pingo gets healed?
Okay, so earlier... Looks like it's gonna be. You're gonna have 8 taken away total.
No, noted. Is Sano like half his max health?
No, I'm above half now.
Okay. How about Adria? Arthur's good.
I think only yourself. I think yeah.
Yeah, just take it for you.
Noted. My brain is mushy. I'll take 13.
Nice.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's keep on pushing along. You guys have vanquished yet another pretty fearsome foe through awesome teamwork and cunning. And so we will move on. You can kind of go to the other ship now. And I think, we're kind of coming to the end of the time. And this is one of those encounters that could go either way, but I'm pretty sure we can find our way out of not having a combat here to save us a little time. You guys seem sociable enough. As you approach this second ship, wondering what might be able to help you there, you see that it is occupied by these kobold fellows, seemingly led by this kind of shaman-like one in the front. And you come into this remains of this space galleon. You see this tribe of kobolds. They have this little metallic figurehead of a beholder that they're kind of worshipping. And as they come in, they seem to be like pretty potentially aggressive. Hey, what are you doing? No! You came to take our holy artifact of Aku. You must go. You must go. And he tries to come shove you guys up out of here. Not totally hostile yet, but you guys could certainly make a persuasion or deception attempt on him. Or intimidation. Screw it.
Let's see here. If we try a persuasion now, DM, would that be straight roll or? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that one. What do you say there, Arthur?
Come try and. We are confiscating this ship in the name of the Liberation Front. You are all now recruited of this for your own liberty and for your own safety. You follow in. Hand over the valuables so we can keep on and save all of your fellow kobold slaves.
Oh no! Well, okay. Look. We already have memorized the tenets of Aku, but if you need it, you can have it. And he goes and gives the totem to you, and you can see that it's actually like a talking doll, which is an item that you guys will get. It's a common magic item. Essentially, what it does is it just like recites certain phrases, like a little pull string doll. It's got a couple other nice little things about it as well. This one in particular, I can find it. So it's if you attune to it and it's within 5 feet of you, you can spend a short rest and you can tell it what to say in the 6 phrases. It'll start off with some already that I'll tell you, and you'll see them. You can also replace these if you want, so you can make it say whatever you want. But it's like a little like old. It looks like this was probably an old beholder toy for their youth, but now these like little kobolds have found it smashed here, and they think this is like a holy relic of the dead god Aku, which maybe it's more just like a promo item from him or something. But as you look at it,
I can attune it and make it say something else. That's what you're saying.
In addition to that, too, this one has the Guardian Minor property, which is a special little magic property on this doll. So if you attune to it, it gives you a +2 bonus to your initiative rolls. So that's kind of a cool thing, too. It has not only does it do like a cool little fun thing, but it actually has a mechanical benefit, too, where it'll give you a +2 bonus to your initiative. So this is a solid magic item to where at the end of the adventure, every single one of you gets a copy of it. And so I'll have that on a log. You guys will see that later. But I'm sure you guys are dying. Why don't one of y'all roll me a d6 and see what it might say to you?
Okay. I definitely want to attune to it.
So you pull the string on it, and it says in this ominous voice, "I see doom in the skies." And you can give it another tug if you want. Try for something else.
Oh, I'm curious.
All right, we'll give it those 2. Justin, you're curious. You give it a little tug, and you see it comes out and it says, "None escape the eye who sees." And Caitlin, you kind of stifle a giggle there, and you pull it to see what this is about. As all of the kobolds are standing around in awe, like they like drop down to their little scaly knees and start trying to like worship. These are like little draconic beings, and they're all like, "Oh, the tenets of Aku, yes!" They're almost like mouthing them as they come out of the doll. And you give it one last little pull there, Caitlin, and it says, "Worship Aku, none shall harm you." And so yeah, that's a funny little thing.
Can I attune it and let it say something else?
So you'll have to do that in between adventures, so you can like do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, next time you play an adventure, you can surprise us with your phrases. And in the meantime, as well, since you guys rolled high enough, and you guys have actually already discovered everything to find around the other areas, except for going north. These kobolds are about to do you a pretty solid favor with that, as they'll even say, "You must be chosen by Aku. Wow, we are most honored to have you in our humble abode. Stay here, drink some of this tea." And they like to hand you probably a passable substance, but probably a little bit foul, as they say, we'll be back. I know just the thing to help you." And they run off, and they return. They go up to the tower for you, saves you a little time with that. And they come back with this tower, or with this with this chair of sorts. Let me see where there's a description of. Actually, they come back and they have a spell scroll of create spell jamming helm, and Adria takes that and says, "Oh yes, just what we needed. I think I can do this. Let me get the components together from the scrap, and yeah, we've got it." And sure enough,
I wanted to tell the kobolds that you look like stout warriors who have protected this sacred object for so long. You should come along and guard this object with your life on our ship, on our holy crusade.
Adria comes up and says, "I don't want to be rude, but that's going to be 12 of us. We can only house 8 on the ship.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Perhaps perhaps we should just take those that we have and."
Good idea. Then again, maybe you should protect this holy place.
Oh yes, maybe many artifacts of Aku we could still locate. Many thanks. And let's keep it rolling, because we got a little bit left, a little bit of time as you guys go back to the Mad Jammer, and you mash together this combination of new and old pieces. Let me get you guys all down here. Actually, I'll move you all up here. Boink. And you start to piece it all together. Oh, we don't want to get too hostile now. But you start to mix these parts together with the ship, and it comes out in a chromatic and beautiful way, even. Especially there with that space vehicle's proficiency. You're like, mwah! As you kind of take a look at it, and it starts to beat with some new life. You get in, it starts to propel itself into the maze of mesmerizing crystals that drift into wild space. You feel like you're finally home free. The weight starts to kind of recede from you. You're feeling, decent, when all of a sudden you notice that there's 2 fast movers approaching you on an intercepting course. It looks like 2 little warriors on some flying beings have peeled off from the behemoth as it just crushes the last little bit of life out of the Keanu ship. That's a lost cause. All hope now would be to just escape, and so that's most certainly what you guys are going to try to do as you are piloting this ship. Adria, you see her on. She will, before you go, of course, she will cast this spell scroll of create spell jamming helm, and she creates this ornate chair, and just like the rest of the ship, it kind of like aesthetically matches it, where it's like not quite one material making it, and it's almost a little like janky, and yet somehow like beautiful and refined, almost like a sense of abstract art. And it kind of fastens, it almost like hovers just a few inches off of the deck of the ship there. She seats herself into it and starts to attune to the spell jamming helm there, and lifts you all off. As I had said, these guys start to come in towards you, and we'll have a couple little phases, try to wrap it up as fast as we can here, but I think we're going to finish like almost nearly on time, so hopefully doing good with that. And yeah, so as you guys start to pull off, you notice that you're gonna have to come up with some sort of maneuvers here. The maze of crystal shards kind of drifts around you, and you see what is called a Star Lancer. They're these almost kind of, everything looks aquatic in a sense in this realm, or this kind of setting we're playing in. But these guys, I would, kind of attribute it to like almost like a dolphin or a shark in a sense as well. But then again, it's kind of akin almost to like a bat of sorts. And let me make sure I'm adjusting properly. It looks like actually, as you kind of get a look, it looks like one of the figures kind of dips off and dives, and you can see it has like a separate task. It seems to not be coming towards you guys. But you do see this one solo rider coming towards you from pretty far away. And it seems to be this reptilian sort of humanoid. Oops. Yep, alright. Okay, so there's a whole lot of nuances to ship combat that are pretty fun, but I don't think we're really going to get to dive into it too head first, but you'll get a little taste of it. Let me pull up a handout for you guys real quick. It's called the Mad Jammer Summary. It's going to show up with the icon, but if you scroll down a little bit, you can see what you got there. Some of this stuff you'll have from the thing. Actually, I think you guys have everything on here. So the only thing is the ballista was a little damaged, but other than that, you could use these items and stuff. The crew, you have the 3 crew, they can operate some of this stuff for you too. You can see that there's only 3 of them though, so like 2 of them could use the ballista while one of you helps another one do the spell cannon, something like that. It's up to you guys. But you can cast your own spells or do ranged weapons, but you got to take into account for the distance here, because these are 10-foot squares now. We will paste you over here. If we need your singular tokens, we'll use them. Did I do that right? There you go. And let's go ahead and roll some initiative. Typically what you'll do here too is you'll do what's called side initiative, so it kind of simplifies things. So how about Justin? Why don't you roll me 1d20?
You want me to roll a 1d20?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So essentially, you're rolling once for your team's initiative, and I'm rolling once for my team.
We didn't hear that yet. Did you say he's rolling for the whole group?
Yeah, so we're doing side initiative. So you're going to roll 1d20, which determines your initiative.
Cut off.
Why? The stupid thing. You're going to roll 1d20, and that's going to determine your initiative for your whole group.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, it's definitely the tone, because when you talk, you start off. I mean, when anyone talks, they start off forcefully and then they kind of go like this as they proceed, and that's always the part we miss. So here's what's going to happen, and then we don't hear what's going to happen. That's how every sentence goes.
Okay, so you roll 1d20 determining side initiative.
I rolled a 9.
All right, so your initiative for your team is going to be 9. As far as who does what in what order is kind of going to be determined as we go. And so we're going to start, of course, with these guys. One second. We have made it to the final confrontation. So let me see. Looks like you guys got +2, which isn't really going to help you any of this time around. But you can see that like 3 of you can take the Bless spell from having Aku's figurehead, so you guys can determine that yourselves. And so on. There's some stuff you can do. There's Nitro. You can spend a spell slot to move an additional 10 foot. What's her name will definitely do that. And so on. But on their side... Okay, this thing first will dash. It's just going to use its full movement to dash and go.
Anyone got long-range spells? Because we have that, what is it, throne-like object, which allows us to cast spells from the ship.
The catapult.
We got both. So one person can sit in the throne and use their spells as if they are the ship. So I have one spell that goes 60 feet, but it's a cantrip, so it's not really strong.
It's something. I could. The only thing Sano could offer is that he could use the shield spell to protect the ship.
Oh, that's also really good.
So Adria, she's the one attuned to the ship right now. She can transfer attunement to somebody else that wanted to do that, but she's in the seat right now, and she cries out, "I've been saving a couple fireballs for this moment." And she's a pretty well accomplished spellcaster. I just haven't really. She's not the highlight of the adventure.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
She is one spell, so
Keep on keeping on there, Adria.
Yeah,
Okay.
Adria, you go spell lob.
All right, this thing moves forward 100 feet. Keep in mind 10-foot squares here. The other guy... looks like he will hold an action. If you guys get close enough, he'll lob something at you. And that'll be it for them. So it's going to your turn. So you essentially, the way this operates is you formulate like a game plan together, and then the operation of it can either follow the game plan or it can just not really matter that much. So you have a few options here. The NPCs will do whatever you want them to, you know. So if you want them to do the ballista and someone help them, then we can do that.
Yeah, definitely. So if the ballista and the spell cannon.
For firing the ballista, is it dexterity?
So it rolls itself. So you just basically have to give your action to operate it. So Pingo and what's his name?
Clone.
Clone, man.
Him. Pingo and Clone. My gosh, they're willing to operate the ballista. Adria's on the helm. So if somebody else wanted to use something else, they might have to do that themselves, like the catapult spell cannon thing.
Yeah, I can help out with the catapult spell cannon. I'll do the loading the ammo, and if one other person does the firing, then we can fire every turn.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So we'll do it in team roles based off of who's helping out. So let's start with the first one. How about Kin, or Sano in this case, sorry. If you'd roll a d20 plus 6 to hit with this ballista, and they are going to target the creature.
Nice.
Ooh, 26.
Okay, so it's only going to be a 3d8 for damage, as it was kind of damaged, but that's still a pretty awesome amount.
Yeah, pretty great for. Whoa, good roll. 16.
Okay, so while that is heavy damage, these guys are meant to take a little bit because of that, so he's not quite even bloodied yet.
Shooting should get the bless spell, probably. That's useful, right?
Yeah.
Choose three creatures, so that should be Adria, and then maybe 2 others, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense to have Adria be one that gets the bless. That would also help concentration.
And she's going to use the arcane furnace that you guys found to shoot the fireball. It'll come out just to the front of the ship. It looks awesome. Boom! Much like that cannonball being shot from above you earlier. In addition to that, she can move the ship up to some distance. That's up to you guys. If y'all want her to do that, let me know. I'm not going to move it without you guys, but you can see it can fly up to 40 feet, actually 60 feet, since you guys got the spider silk cell. So if you want to move, she can move up to 60 feet if you want with the ship. But for now, you guys threw some attacks. She's going to do the fireball, which will require a couple saves. Looks like one succeeded by the creature. The mounted guy, he will actually probably fail.
I recommend we do a circular motion, since it can't do long range like us.
Oh, you know what? She can't do a fireball. My bad. But she'll do magic missiles out of it. No, and then she'll do it at 2nd level. So I'll just roll it here real quick. Almost like a machine gun out of the front of it. Just pew, boom, 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 boom. 5 darts shoot out.
Loading.
What the heck?
Loading special effects engine.
What the heck?
Q.
What the heck?
P. N.
Leave me alone.
I. U.
I must
L.
have just clicked the button. My bad.
Y.
So is that like the attack?
Yeah, it was painful as hell, wasn't it? But yeah, it'll do 13 damage. She's firing.
13 damage.
She'll try to shoot the guy off of there. Why not?
If we get close, can we enter the ship?
Like, could you jump on that creature?
Can we jump on their ship or the creature and just stab him or something?
Oh yeah, this is where the realm of imagination and possibility starts to get pretty fun, especially because you're kind of weightless and things like that. And okay, if we don't get to the final conclusion there, Sano, I'll make sure you get the session log and everything. I appreciate you.
Yep.
Okay, so moving on real quick. So she did her thing. There was one more, right? Didn't y'all have something else you want to do? You did the ballista. She did her shot.
Balls.
You wanted to do the catapult, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, so you guys load it in and go to aim it.
And shoot it. Yeah.
Oh, Tremor Pilot is the one that aims down.
Yeah.
Does it take an action?
No, it doesn't say
Can
that
it
it
aim?
takes an action though, but they'll decide who it hits, I guess, if it matters. But so since this is a big blow, they'll target the bigger creature. And so how about one of you will roll the attack, one of you can roll damage. If Caitlin, you want to roll the +6?
This is range. I'd say, Arthur, you do it because I do not have. Oh wait, no, it's fun pala. All right, 1d20 plus 6.
Yep. Oh, nice.
25.
Okay, so now on the flip side, wouldn't that be, which one was it? Was it Arthur or Justin? My bad.
I think it's Sono shooting the ballista, and it's now Caitlin shooting the spell cannon, right?
Okay, if
So-
shoot,
so-
Arthur, do you want to just roll 68 just to see what the damage is?
68.
You guys are all on a team at this point, so it doesn't, we're just split the rolls just for fun. Wow. So yeah, this thing's barely holding on now. After boom, you just launched this huge thing. Amazing. It's in tattered wings, barely hanging on. And is that everyone, or did we miss anything?
We had the magic missile, we had the ballista, and we had the spell cannon. And then we might. Well, I don't think it's in crossbow range for Justin yet.
So it actually might be. It's only 100 feet away, so I think it is within range.
Yeah, because technically he would have his hands free to do that.
Alright. Here we go. Hold on. Boom! 25.
Holy!
Dude, all the
Natural
crits
20.
here. So
Oh,
which,
isn't that 20? That's a crit, isn't it?
yeah. So the damage will be much higher. Who were you targeting though?
The thing, the creature.
Okay, no, there's two. One's riding on the other one.
Oh,
But
no.
we'll go
the
for
big
it. We'll
one.
say the big one since that's what you seem like intent on. And yeah, roll that damage. Let's see. You're about to.
The big one is nice. Do I need to roll again or what?
You just click where it says light crossbow on the box, and it'll roll the damage for you. Okay, so yeah, it pierces through the skull of this creature, and all of a sudden it kind of starts to spin out of control as it dies. And as it does so, it bucks this dude off, and he's essentially prone, but now he's also floating weightless. He just becomes weightless in the air, and he's kind of like stuck there, kind of like drifting. And it'll only be a moment before he starts to like fall, but he's kind of stuck in like the remaining little bits of this creature's gravity plane. But it's only a matter of time before it goes, because the creature's dead now. So yeah, not good for him. He's kind of just stuck in the water, which it'll go to his turn. He's literally stuck, so he can't do anything. Yeah, so I think at this point we could roll some things out, but you have kind of vanquished this guy. He eventually just starts descending and falling down into like a never-ending void of his death. But
Can we run him over with the ship?
Yeah, sure. Boom, run him down, splat.
Bludgeoning damage. Opa.
Okay.
Run him over, man.
Now, one last thing happens, though, is you see the behemoth kind of like turns its little body towards you somewhat and fires off this little projectile.
Hit the deck!
And it might... Oh my gosh, I'm struggling here. Come on. Okay, so flying from over to the side of the map, they have to roll to hit, but this little projectile comes flying, and as it gets closer and closer and closer, you most certainly recognize it as one of those little aesthetic bullets. And so as it's coming up towards, we will roll real quick. Oh snap. This is kind of like our final moments here of the battle, as you've kind of fended off the attackers. They're trying to disable you with one last approach to get you. As this thing shoots, it will attach to the hull of your ship. And Adria cries out, "Get that thing off of there! Hurry before it's too late!" And you guys all have like one opportunity to do so.
Oh boy. What do we roll?
Is it the melee range?
It's like stuck to the side of the hull of the ship, and the ship's not too big, so all of you are pretty much within range to run over and try to do something about it. Since you all have a good opportunity, I'll kind of let you suggest your first idea.
Do we still have... Okay, so there's something stuck to the hole, but how is that a problem?
Because you identify it as one of those little aesthetic babies, and from the way that Adria screamed out, you recognize that this thing's gonna activate in a moment, and when it does, it'll make you dead in the water. Like you'll just get picked up after that.
So if I just put a crossbow bolt in his face, he wouldn't do that, right?
That's the idea. That's the idea. I throw one of my javelins into him. Oh wait, if he's close by enough, I can just stab him. So I'll do that.
Okay, so if you want to try to hit it before it gets to you, essentially you have an option here. You all have an action, of course, and if you can try to hit it before it gets to you, you may be able to just destroy it before it connects. The other option is it's going to connect. It already rolled good enough to do so, I guess. You already know it's going to. But if it does, you'll have an attempt there. You can try to get rid of it. I can give you an insight check real quick, but I'll just tell you, it seems like destroying it would like activate it in a way, like an overload on its system. So you feel like you don't want to do that necessarily. Ideally, probably destroying it before it hits you is best. So you could. It's kind of like, do you want to take option A or do you want to take option B to scrape it off or whatever? If nobody can destroy it. So if you want to do option A, you can put that in chat, and then if you want to do option B, put that in chat, and we'll just say Sano does option B. I'm not sure exactly what his strength modifier is or whatever, but.
Quick question: is the thing flying to like a straight arrow, or is it zigzagging?
It's like a straight arrow, like a projectile.
Do we see any barrels here on our dinghy or small ship? What I'm trying to suggest is that we throw a different target. We calculate where it's going to hit, and kind of let it hit the barrel instead of the ship.
Okay, so this is actually a little anticlimactic, but I just saw something I could do, so I figured why not. It looks like as this thing comes shooting, and Adria screams out, she's like, I'll do my best to avoid it. And sure enough, I rolled just high enough to hit it on the dot where she is able to like do a barrel roll with the ship and avoids the first one. But there are actually going to be two, so that one kind of just flies by. There's another one though that comes, the ship lines up again and boom, shoots it for you. So basically there's supposed to be 2 rounds of it. So you got another opportunity here, more or less, to where she'll try to do the same thing again. I know this kind of puts the spotlight on an NPC, but dear God, I just rolled a crit 20. So we're at time for our game limit anyways, and yeah, I guess the damage is avoided there. I guess that's good in the end, so we'll just deal with that.
NPC.
Yeah, Adria. You can see she's very... She's got those...
Couldn't have done it without Pingo and Clone.
Been saying it for years. Do a barrel roll. There you go.
Yeah. And Adria was nice too.
All right.
It was a different type of barrel, but it works. It was epic.
All right, making some quick adjustments on my handout.
There's still a few questions that we don't know.
Oh yeah,
what?
and there is a story word too. Okay, so yeah, to wrap up, you guys fly out of here as fast as you possibly can. Adria says, you might have heard of this place, and I know it's a safe haven. Not too many illithids there, I've seen, and there's kind of some rules that keep us all in check anyways, for such a lawless place, but yeah, you guessed it, we're heading towards the Rock of Brawl. I really appreciate you guys helping me out there, and you know what? I think we're gonna have to do something. It seems like the leader of that band was named Fogless. Illithid scum. He must pay for his crimes. So you guys will earn the Fogless's Nemesis Story Award. And as you guys dock into the Rock of Brawl, she also says, I got a little stash here. I'd like to pay you for what we've done. And she gives you 200 gold to split amongst the party. And so it looks like you did get a max of 300 total, as well as a couple other little items and stuff. I think I can... So you had 300 gold divided by 4, so... Couldn't be an even number, of course.
75, you think?
I guess that is kind of an even number.
75, man.
Cool. Alright, so everyone gets 75 gold each.
Oh, no. It's okay, Idris. You don't have to pay us. And then takes the gold stuff anyway.
Did this mess up? Oh, there it is.
Liberty pays.
Sorry, just making these adjustments for you. And then we did hit our... Actually, we went over 5 hours, too. So I know it was a long game. I appreciate you guys. But you do round up for service hours. And I'll tell you what that's about in a minute if you want. And we got 6. We're going to come out with 6 service hours because this is a long one. But I appreciate y'all. So here's your... I think you guys... Can you... No, hold on. I don't know if that just popped up for you. But... Here is your rewards. There's a little picture of a nasty villain there. You got the Coiling Grasp tattoo we've talked about. You got that Talking Doll, which also gives you that +2 initiative, which is pretty awesome. It's got the Tenets of Aku there if you want to keep them, or you can also do your own. You also got an optional level. So the way Adventure League works is just for completing the module today, you can level up your character. In addition to that, you get 10 downtime. The downtime... I would check the player's guide we have linked in the Discord, but essentially you can do something called catching up, where you can spend your 10 downtime to just give yourself another level if you want. You can also spend your downtime to like make scrolls if you're proficient in Arcana. If you're proficient in an herbalism kit, you can make your own potions. Sometimes story awards will come with things where you can cash in your downtime for that. If you're a magic-based character, like a spellcaster, you'll get a lot of use out of downtime, honestly. If you're like a fighter or like a very martial character, you might not even ever use it, honestly, other than to like give yourself a free level here and there just for whatever reason. So I can expand on that more if you want. Just message me. In addition to that, you get the smoke powder, which contains 5 bullets, basically, is what that is. So everyone gets the 5 bullets. Everyone gets the scroll of catapult. Only one person gets the pistol, which went to Arthur. So make sure you mark that for yourself, Arthur. Nobody else take that, please. In addition to that, you all got the 75 gold. You got the 6 service hours. You did not get Behemoth Survivor. I should have erased that one, my bad. But you got Fogless's Nemesis, so you are one of the few people who know about the Behemoth secret weapon, that Mad Jammer stuff. And Fogless has put a bounty on your guy's head because of that. Assassins and bounty hunters are now on your trail. Story awards are like fun little flair things that sometimes can do a lot for you, but it seems like they've kind of stripped it down in later creations for adventures where they don't really do as much. But essentially it works as like a story note that carries on in further adventures in this storyline. And yeah, that's it, guys. I really appreciate you playing with me. If you can keep the crowbar too. That's a mundane item that gives you advantage on certain things. And if you have any other further questions or anything, I can be here for a moment as I'm going to do the session log.